from the 86 billion now 21.6 of the GDP in the original estimate now or the budget. Now the budget deficit emuchie kakra from an initial target of 4.7 of the GDP to a revised 11.4 of the GDP in 2020. Enti eno asem. Now allocations any highlighter a mass as say ehun hia say or request your parliament no eno ensunie na no ka say 1.84 billion Ghana cedis 1.84 billion Ghana cedis was approved earlier in March 2020 for immediate COVID-19 relief. In the 2020 year in March 2020 1.84 billion Ghana cedis was needed for COVID-19 relief. Now yet was I say 1.34 billion in the same supplementary budget 1.34 billion was allocated to the Ministry of Health COVID-19 preparedness plan. So COVID-19 no hon sem na eno so eho ade no no so estate wo mu say 1.34 billion no eno so bumbehia for to support the 86 billion Ghana cedis na initial newo budget. Now government also funded construction and roll out of agenda 111 sa agenda 11 be kaya hospitals Ghana aban ka say obeyen eno so ehun hia na no na oka say the district hospital or allocate 600 million Ghana cedis eno so na no so estate ewo budget ni mu na economic relief ne ho kone imagine eno so na ewom so 600 million Ghana cedis in soft support for MSMEs and a relief for lifetime utilities. Say free water on say COVID-19 by and more now abandon free water and free electricity. Yeah, and ebe share budget nim contingency and stability fund transfer nina ebe bemu. Na my twasua ma memfa wonko 2021 supplementary appropriation for 2020 spending no and also who by and also now yeah former Minister of Finance Ken Oforiatta and also hosa na via supplementary appropriation bill now ye pass 2021 and also oseti and ye maybe wom Emma and also ebetoja now approve amount be na oka was 2021 supplementary appropriation for 2020 spending now oka say at around 8.9 billion Ghana cedis for the 2020 fiscal budget overruns. Enti emahu debate ne ho koneba ebeba mu wo parliament ho na minority ranking member as sia oye Minister of Finance Honorable Kese Atoforsi criticize it say by then he said the extent of overspending bibi as say Ghana budget dibru yenya so enti ebeye ho ensem of parliament na all one say Ghana is becoming an economic outline for Africa ema eno ho SM bekikan na the committee chairman by then also figured reflected the approval already granted by the parliament okay say near budget now the supplementary budget for 2021 there Parliament no agia tumudi da enti eno ho debate ekwo so ewo Parliament House so na yehwe between 2022 to 2023 na supplementary budget bia ansheda ama se ya de be support o manu sika fotem ni keke kan mitwi no aya na you be pardon and to ha na osuan nkakran abam wa ha dey now in 2021 November no Finance Minister Ken Oforiatta introduce e-levy yeah obeka ya say ya mampani ba ya obetwa mi your former minister Ken Oforiatta introduced e-levy, which was 1.7 electronic transaction levy, 1.75
na Ghana for beka ya say boss dodo and ye tis so ba one ana meboa
ye tis so ba one yeah okay pa enti eno no introduce sa 11 or 2022 budget statement ni mu na all highlight say enko wiase no o money revenue nyina be 1.15 billion Ghana cedis 1.15 billion Ghana cedis na sa 1.5 billion Ghana cedis here na or estimate say ye benya no through the electronic levy na or say omni be support payment of contractors are omwo omemo omo ya kwan ni ne keke ho no omde be support and na for digital infrastructure any entrepreneurship and roads ya kwan ni ya niema ya digital infrastructure ni ya payment of contractors and it's 1.5 billion na or estimate and I say all highlighted what budgeting by the introduction of the 1.75 11 na way and then ya no kan supplementary budget ni mu say odibedi ehudja na emuwana so Ghana enter into IMF agreement in the late 2020 to restructure debt and implement emergency fiscal measures and also ho asem na ewo 2022 emu and also ebeto japa ye kan ho asem na sesi ya ye kasa ide first quarter in 2025 mini budget and a provisional budget nanseya your minister of finance ebe parliament no eno ho asem na eno no first quarter no was presented by outgoing minister of finance no papa Mohammed Amin Adams on the 2nd of January this year 2025 under the outgoing president Yeman Penin Nanado Akufo-Addo ne administration na emuno Parliament approved a mini budget of 86.13 billion to fund government operations from January to March. Here's our period now. 86.13 billion Ghana cedis no and mini budget no estate of papa Mohammed Amin Adams on the 2nd of January 2025 now okase sa mini budget no of 86.13 billion no yet be funded government operations from January to March until the substantive budget no by the incoming Mahama administration until when your budget be na ebeba de dijuma between January and March and sana your man penny I didn't see at the so in January no or no ankasa the substantive budget abba now key features are now
you beko key features ni mu but mamema akosua any apamombre mu kakra mamesha say mfra akosua because niam ahudu you beko akotie Ghana for no the omo kan ye ni bi edi nkomo ye beko akotie but before that no akosua mbobon niam ahudu bi nso eda nanim so kakra na afa ye free why akotie de Ghana for kan migidi se niam bebre na nne no omanfo hye animu enti akosua ye dika aka inflation ho asem kakra ba migidi se wonso wo kakra wo de beka ho
okay Madasi Madam Host na fe
so say bam
samo na kakra me de beso so na say answer budget ye kan budget a ene edwumfo ma obi ya wo disikasam hudwa ana wo disika ye adwuma ebi kan nsa ani ade bia no wo ye budget just that ebia onia no onto ni dinsa but ni nyina mu no eyesa na kwakowia yes sa na be kwakowie na Ghana ye de no a ene yewura atofo se no baba present e wo mrahye bedwafie media budget no na ye nyina da ye hunu se anyambia ye dru abosome ensiamuo ya paya finimuo no se yankasa na Ghana ye sikasem no atie e no man bia nso wo ani suade hunu fa ne sikasem ho se me fa se bia fono we e na me kwa akoto a menimpefe se afene bedruo no sikabotena e wo se minya e bia ye 5 billion no enu sa afene ndru no madi sei say na me dia to akiri say na ma spend one man na me de one mo kan ma tuatua say enti ni nyina na kabo me yehunu usika botena afibia wodi djuma ye kan bro for say budget no enti na no media de no a ene yira to force no ba ba kenkan ye no e wo ma hodo okay a January and March ni mu no e bro mba present bi no na won mu kire mu nioma abanda da ne baye wo baba ye no mu di omu hu ne se ebo wo man Ghana ye ka ema ekatwitwiri die babeda na memfa ne koko
okay
wo ba ne ye koko mo enim se koko ya de a eye Ghana ye kiri bramo ye roke so to force ne bra no wo kasa e wo match ni mu no wo ma Ghana fo hu se ye koko no atia sa akona chibiem enti se ne nkane enim se tete kwahye ba ye wode koko ba ye ma ne gina ne na so Ghana na ye ntempenten kwafa ne sikasem wo no aban no ba 3 years ago achi no wasan so ma ye koko no nsam ne te kwa akiri mewi akiri kwa no na Ghana fo bi no mu fa kwati kwa so de koko no dwane
ekọ amanone
wo mo de konkro farmer man so se ne be ya wo benya sika na wo mo so timi de abo wo no ho bra ebiem koko no ankasa se ne na ba ne se ye betua koko adwumafo kama won mo ato wo mo no na entumi nkonko ba ne saa ne nyina ne ye ka na Ghana ban de enti ye te ko ye chi ama koko production no ete ko be se 50% wo ho nchemu aduonum 50% na apam won de koko onum 190 mu anu onim se ne koko hu nsensam sitie anu yeduru ho no no a wo be kirekire mu kakra me yate ena biem ye roto force nsa ma yate ase bra obekinkan ne match ni mu no na wo se koko no wo share 2023 edeba 2024 crop season no a cocoa board 1 month me supply cocoa kra we no na 330,000 tons of cocoa nko na 1 month me anhwe se betumi supply na se betumi abomoden na aboa ama o man ye cocoa hu nsensem agina so me yenya sika enso tumi die from sanse cocoa no wode konko former man so ye ton nkofo dane mu ne ade no
asa de ye brie mu jani do wa ha ni asese no bag ne ye de ko wo makoye ne chocolate ni package ne kama ne san de aba ne bo den me se edu Valentine Day wo krom ha ultimate chocolate
nyame go na ni mu o enti na wo kire se esika botene a cocoa board one mo bo ho ka no na $840 million $840 million enu yesika botena cocoa board one mo hwere ewo Ghana ye koko mu nsensemu ye rato force ne nsemu a match ni mo obekenkan ye ebi eno no enu achi no se wo ba no inflation ene exchange rate won nsensemu a honso so watoko ho no kakra oka biye na wo kire se Ghana ban egu anamotuo ene hyehye so se ne be ya wo man ne yesika sem no ebe sa fa ne ntuma pefra na de tienie de no wose aban ne peso de ye na wade boa ne se Ghana ban ade de kan se gold board ebeba ene ya hunu sa no kwa sa gold board no aye adwuma yes ya ene kurampo no panyipa ya woda no yewura samijanfi ena wo hwetoto nioma sane ebeye na ene kura wo mo anu mo se wo mo je license e free nchenchen ni ade nyina no yeyi sa fo ni wo mo so yes e de e free honom ti na wo kire se we yen hye sonko a Ghana ban ede beba ebe me yesika sam wagina so afezo so wo mo behwe se Bank of Ghana enso betena se sane ebeye a ense ebrano bia no wo mo na ye wo man yesika kura bia ba atan a ewo mayimu ena sekoba ne se bosia bo ene hunsi ho beba na Bank of Ghana won wo mu dia wo mu de ba out se fanse bia 24% a enne da so enti ko skakra bia ahodo no a na won so ahwe eno so e de agina so ama bosia ne hunsi ho enti de Bank of Ghana de beba ne se kosoro a ene ya ne mpempi no ane ye taka se ye bo bosia no obi won mo so makwa bosia se ne nsi hu eda hu se tienie enti ni nyina no na won so mo ne Bank of Ghana betena se no matokese na won ma hwese ne be ya ehu nsi hu ne ade no ebetimi ate akofo ma bosia bo no Ghana fo ye tumi abo bosia adwadifo ye ho beto ye
enya won matokese no entem because nano kra wo hu statement anu am de buy se ebu ho no mo a ya regulate percentage bi ewo ho but wo kwa asesi anu amochire wo ho enti bia wo bia pe no ene wo je ensi hu a wo pe no enti wo kọ na hwe na ensi hu no emwa wa na ko ba bi ba to bo ho hwe ahochire wo mo e bia de kro no kra emergency ni ade no waje ne saa na fe ni tua no na akoye o how
the last time I say Bank of Ghana the statement bi ba ya na won mo kire se ye won kofo bi a ye nyi won mu ntumu se wo so mu disika se mu dwa o mu bie wo mu ankasa banks me kai se o mu de online de bi ba batu ya no mu just afo ni nyina ko mba be pamu mu nyina de free system no but ye mi se kwasai enti ni nyina no ye nsam o mu kan enti na ne ye be hwase aso de match no wo keka ye no ene nei ne de wo ba ba ka no simuana na yetimi aduru ho yeduru ho no so no man yesikasem efa no meme de kokoo ye wo meme hayi sane wo ka se yabo kokoo eka na ka na dawo ye $840 million no anyambia ban we baba tena akonya so no eka ne won motimi atua bi na ye kokoo no akwa akoti se kokoo me ka se the last one ka so me kokoo ntumu eba by August de ness abama kokoo akuafo wo mu ho atumi ahen ha o sa no yoma nyina ne ye hwe ni mu kwan se ebe no yes ebetumi apie dwa kakra na aja eti obako
me da se meko eja ho but before meko eja ho no menton ade kakra because ya betene he ya no den no nkrofo bi na ema ye sa moral no me pacho secure sanitary pad ni o oba esi akra de ma no as wo mayi wo mani o mema no kra na eto ne mo mema na eto ne mo because wo to secure de koche oba wo secure no de na ohwehwe ye wo pa bia me pacho Ghana he ya na ye secure sanitary pad ya mo asetam a ye kama ye solid packaging no so daiye ena hyemu dodo ena wo ma adwene ho so se ye nyina ma na ye nyepe obi wo ho no ma na bosom ye yi na aflow heavy pa
ade ba ko mema ye ho ade pa bra wonya sim no wo abusa se e ba da ben
ebi mutimi track keep records pa
nti yabo e ba da ben a e wo ho anu abusa se etwa
na se wo monitor
nti still aye ntwa ya no abusa se etaye sa nti se oto ohu se how wo ho a o ma secure
me da se
eba na sa
na bibia sorti yesiesie bibia kama enti me pacho bibia ye ton bia ye ton pad ewo kroma se si anokra wo nam kwan ho a ene do me market ha wo nam e ma no wo mu kitakita ne yensa so say ya secure because wo ton a ye to me pacho bowra bibia tuntum bia so pe secure sanitary pad mo amwo kumase ene ne mpotem no mama excellent cosmetic wa kwose no dodo pa e de abegu adum PZ ena fe kwada so say taxi station ho ho ena obehunu number no eye 0243862158 0243862158 na unsaka secure sanitary pad ni bi na bibia timi akonkan me pacho time heba me hyase yenka ncho se awie yi obo ho no ma da bia wo sori bia wo complain ena metio na machio na mekon na me nine na mabatwe na mabakon me pacho se si ano ahokyere no kura ye ewiase no ye den dada pressure ne dosun enti obe sori ano pa kwa kopisi kakra na odi wuti na me nine na me nsa na mekon a emwa kura wo wonu mato awuntimi ne di se na ye be sori na ye be wie na hagea a package niam begu ye chi a ye kodi ne afili no na obi si nanum ato wa bra time heba me hya wo ho ene nipa no wonyante ye me pacho bo reba bia tonton ro bi a wo benya bi enye no nko a ye wo time HH mixture ene ne capsules eno no wo no obi ho no mo a na immune system no sade yete no de bia yare bi ba wonya bi malaria ba wonya bi eyi kidney ba wonya bi bibia ba wonya bi cheso immune system no aye weak cholera ne beba wo se mi na mini o me pa chow wunya time HH mixture ene ne capsules no enomo a eboa ebo immune system no ho ban esiesie ni padua no so enemu asemu a e bia wo ba be menhye dan koyie emfa mawo a time HH mixture ene ne capsules ene ye kanfo ede amount be bia ye tonton enuo bia ebi ewo ho 0244 417 669 0244-417-669 ena befu nimdie akonanimu abefu nimdie akonanim sesi a photoshoot aye okono kotwa picture bia eni na ho de be post social media ya besere wa mo wankasa akora no uti be paawo me pa chow eye RSYD Novigi Studios ena yedi ho dance de amawo eye ultra modern studio a ya bebie wo Ghana ha enti enye photoshoot nko ase bia wo ye creative director wo twa skit e post videos no e wo YouTube ni ade wo ye special photography take bi ya wo hia backdrop a edimu ebeboa ama emfonyi ni video ni babonti obi ehu a wo se wow production beni me patcho RSYD Novigi Studios wo mo wo enkran ha ya malama base first Kokoko Street no ho no mo a na wo mo wo oba ye wo directors a wo mbenya ho abotre na wo ma kire o se de wo mfa wo production no emfa number no ɛyɛ 0574 715778 0574 715778 ana 0303 974822 na one empenifo edi enkomo yebekɔ ahoma no so aba na efe ekyire no yaba bedi enkomo no atoa so ma beto ade de amamo kama na owura Duncan Arthur governance expert eba amamuo said ye hunto to yesi fatia waka bi ewom wo mo na te ase ne budget nkomo ebeboyi nneema bebra hodo bi wo hono mu a bia de ye te ha yemfa yani ehunu directly no wo mo ehunu ko akire no wo mo twe omanfo adwene eba so enti yenko na yene no enkobo enkomo opanyini kese awie ye de wase o emo akwa aba sompa akra so
yana ba
me gidi se wapom kama okay yeda senso se waje yeso awie wada woroma ene media budget reviewer ye share nimu se opanyini Dr. Kasiela Tofosen ebekwa ko presente ewo omai emrase bedwam no generally no eniema hodo ben na wo share nimu se obedi hu nkomo
yo medase na licha wete funo wafafuni Odikan yada yamia to obebia odinye bodu na ntotwema aban no another president mama na ntotwema waye na kudura sisiala Ghana ha tie dodo na warkada aban no orobo no hombate wo aman bunumu nti yepede yehu de nyama papa nkutin no rekodo me na ye ho atwen kata sehye akofo na me wonema da ye esie bia mepede mbon tofa na meka ho asem Odikan se okada okoye media budget da no yehwede ada wo for economic performance assessment no order yehuniye so waka economy a bibi da yewo indicators another should be o yede to won yehwede amambun orokoye from economic indicators no bit there ye inflation make manyama no bo okọ so ntentem efa yebide bu there no want to trade today there were many maybe what's our Korea could do 50 magana for what you need to matter to walk to other man. This is the 24-hour economy. That's the lunch. We want to know the status of that 24-hour economy. The 24-hour economy, acquisition, since companies are here, nowhere into 24-hour economy. Now, faster than the 24-hour economy. Sika no work more than companies are wide to the over 24-hour economy. Although you the margin, what also big push, you know, what shots in the economy. The one shots are one can train, that into no one shots and as a watch as a sir. Never been the way to why now was started big push. Africa and this warrior campaign was also casting me there. Oko man work a catcher one day. President Mama Obaya to be also women banking. The bank now what the year campaign be when you are for Sunday. Yeah, my memory one watch to the extent that we got to boost with them formal institutions, financial institutions, no one watching now what you are not nutrient minimum bit in China. No, so could not know what to know a Sunday. Or there a bank for nobody is cancelling no bank. The FNM says, or one hour soon. In the Sankabazi, she said, but there, Obama man, no interest in the food. And check the man in the phone and Jordan with the can wear in the first and why I'm going for Sunday. The man who was motoring, one motor one, we did it in Naya Motor. O Sunday, in Panadu Woman and Capas, we and so on. Adicha wonko kwa mutia ndi so ba nya asuje a ofi na asuje baba onu na ye ntin no so ye kwa adwuma ya aso motwe ne ye adwuma ba productivity no ye nye ne bebre nti da ma bank no ha me de ani ni o da ma kuma de pa o san de ye ma memmo no se ye ma memmo no wodi ya anye na ye woku de ye adwuma no bo so so aye so yitika ye rutu ye se da bo ye ma mo na ye yire mu wo ho bra me ye ma memmo what in class and so also can I will be no where you may at phone. After auto review, make us a child, auto review, man, tell them make us a child pay. A car there, and where Google Bank, the day were Ghana Hano. And some and these if you work in there. Okay, what for that would Google Bank and on yet. Wakaya, much a bimumpo, where you are with the license, I will do. Or you're politically motivated, or you're politically motivated, and the man of what walking in that on bad no why and walk. Uncle and Uncle Parkway, the banker who could. I mean, people baby, or banker who could. And you shouldn't be in the wire, that's why you shouldn't accident. Who go far away at more banker, where you more, maybe more about say, Shala. Into the last one was work accident. Let's go for more than accident. In Yama, I'm there. Oka Yakuma Botu. Na Naga program now, over the baby now. Me to Munkanino. What can I tell you, baby? I could patch on my dad.
You, Ora Duncan, ye da se, Miss Nyomane dear, do one na wabo bosono na wedi sima pe yeja wa mwakono. Introduction of new taxes. Yenkomo baako agana fo ani ku hu papa no mo dodo no ache mu sesesi ampempenso ye duri die enya de a wo mo hwe bibie nim sase koba se ye introduce tax foforo bia wadaro ma mo na multi local governance no ase ebeboa wo man yi die
I mean mo me makachi plane there the day I hate to kwan yakwe US yakwe UK or tax and wo di bo man. When you might digidela odibo mine, tax na no odibo mine. Na politicians na wankasa one thing be a working into. I'm a mayor, so what can taxes some man yes look at. Usani your money moon MPP over a kaya first year abolish. Abolish. Taxes if you over what they were abolish. The same thing ending was also abolish. Well abolition was in full sober. Usani although can question there. Without tax on it, into if to them it was that was 1 city, was it 2 petrol? When would the petrol the aqua from the one higher? Into them know the truth that I'm there. I want you to remember the now, whereby I will in down what you will be. Now, it's also a tax remove we had it. Naturally, we mean she shall put the bubble man, they can't tax on Coutinho. Every people, Mercado will catch in there. They will move the economy to production than taxation. What about this and go to mama production no quarter? jam the tax be bring here oboko from NDC for so when you ma the party order why na tax me onko ye bebre njomo mo de won ya me ya won ton say this is your age in here so the tax for ba oba ye nyina na match there Dr. Atufos why him today one for tax for there at least this year and say I'm there and the where the can work in advance the actually the master na work and pay for the one may say not general with that yes we about trying that one for tax for there one member
opanyini yenso yedasi ye papa ewie ene wobre ene wadaje nyamisha opa ebusuafo wei eye Dr. Duncan Arthur oye governance expert ena yene no ekodi nkomo ewo ehonom efa eniema huduo bia wo hye nimu se makacho se wo na saa eniema wei ahwehwe niwa no ehye wo na omote ase enim tidie Ghana foko adwene bia enkoso no wo de wo hunu no kwa akire nti wo se economic performance assessment eho asem wo boso inflation exchange rate ne dollar ne ho nsensem unemployment nyina yehwe nim se opanyini no wo beka eho asem na emise na me ne apam ena na dili ansana doctor ebe mu no na apam
mame
taxes no ho asem na doctor eka no wo se wo no de wate se minister no se afi die obema Ghana for ekomu adwo mo kakra wo taxes no ho but yentimi ensi supi because we say Ghana ha no ye na ni amanyofo no na ama ase ye kan eto asem pe na omanfo yam hyehye wo mo sikato medase ye ka sikato ye ka sikato mo asem a na ama omanfo yam hyehye wo mo because ukọ omabia eye sikato na ye de bu oman no now so as a Ghana ha no politics intino aban we ba enu meyi tax we afri ho enu metwa we mu no de fofora ba enu meyi we afro intino aban ye obeba wo no de more taxes beba ne yese sa aban ne ya aban boni because already no mama Ghana fo believe say taxes enya de pa it is a bad de ahokire na eba de a enu adenti ne ye de dodo no a ebeba ye hwe sa nkomo no
mo na no chiro no mu kura no Brana Christo namwa wo kan sempa na no se wo de dom be ko heaven no na wo mu hu se heaven se de yesika se diska wo ko na ato ahu nyina ties na hwe ye hobo be ye den pa enti won ko busa Yesu se wo ho kwan se ye tuato sa bre na atogefo no san wo ene wo se momfa kasare de ma kasare na momfu nyankopon de ma nyankopon ene wo kire se heaven kura tax wo ho
okay
enti sa sikato ne de eno ne ye de kekere wo man no na budget ya ni review no na ehho ade de wodi kan de to so no wo kire ni prenye premfa se ansana wo mo bekenkan kura no wo mo di kan ene timamufo ni di nkomodi kasasie ewurawura dwom ene dwomfo ma no wo no ma etoton no wo no ma etokodie nyina edi nkomo ehunu ade apotea eha wo mo emfa ho ne se de eto ne te se enema bo no ejina fa akoncha utua ho to aya na wunsuro esanse unim se udi sidi wo ha ene kofaaye ayere so a yenton ma ensa no o san de sidi wo ha na asa akofa foforo
ebia be kokora na ebia ka 100 cedis no
enti de na ye ha o ma adwadifo ne yese wo mo akoto ade ne no wo kina wo mo nko na foforo aba be ka ho enti eba na sa emma wo mo dwetire ntimi nyina ena sika nso ye nya bi ede bobra no ya na ye bibia wo ho enti wo musu kire aban no be no wode nhyehyɛ bie ba se wa hwebesen aban dada na gye se wode ba be ye nnwuma nanso nnwuma no enam sa debt restructuring na e course no nti ama
ejanie
yes madam sadia nka wo se yetimi ebo ye nhobra no ye ntumi e ka no bi wo ho ayaje benkum agye nifa yentua benkum de anwie na yakwa akwaji nifa de na nifa de ne hye yense yenhwe na yenyi sika nkotua de foforo bi aka bio enti eba na sa kadada no eda so da ho a ye de ho ka wosi etua bese anso oje a na ema bese age ye den pa interest na e wo so no wunya ntua osika ba no na interest na ewe enti e was still a kokotua interest no enti eba na sa na ama ya bobo se ade nanso ye da so asa de ka foforo ka ho enti restructuring no eba mu no na abesesa nneema enti aban no a eyechine ya aban ya abai se wahwese enwuma bi no mo ho yekoje bisa se de ba abaye ena debt restructuring ti no yentimi anko ho kejetia phase 2 ka ho
okay
oboso ena wasambo efian kwanta regional hospital eno nso yese akansensemu eyesa nneema ni ntira
na eno na wo dada eno na nka agenda 111 eyi ne ho ana se dino
dabi yabo ho bosia yede ye ho adwuma na nso na mbosia be yakoje a ense bi da ho
ntino adwuma
na twa sensen na nso ka na eda ho no nso gua egusu nyini nti eje bosia bi a sanka yede kwakoye adwuma no na yede akwakoti interest ne so bi enti eno no ama ya ho boye se yede ekoya akwankro na ye bibie wo ho enti enimonimu na no wo kire se sika be se 3.3 billion US dollars and watch 300 million US dollars re de yede tete ka no so bi interest no abra ye nyintu akaba enti wo moni abre se saa dwumadi ni nyina no wo mbeso ano afa tema flower kwan eno nso ka ho
de da no mampani ko boss
wonderful ena bogatanga boko polymakum kwan
eno ye de
nso kwan
ejenie
polymakum kwan no bogatanga boko polymakum kwan eno nso e ka ho bi
endi agi miama hu ansa no mahu de opa kira
wo de boga boko kwan no etra akoba kono so wahu ana uyi enu nyina nso efiri ho a aba no asa ye nhyehyeye se oman maye wo manum no emamu asisu ni maba awai sesi aye wo so adoma gran abrochire kwan ya bie de niska kura betumri kaso wo kobi enti wo mahu se yebufa so a pesika yese ye kwa abrochire esan se ahatena no ne tena ya ketuwa bi da ho a wontimi ntena enti obetimi aboabo sika no na wafa anwatam so se wo kwa akopa habambe de wo broni krom ehon so to no na wo de ye bibia ansa na obe bibia no na ye to a se bi sika to a wotua enti abane de nhyehyeye bi ka ho a eno no wo no mekura wo mo nsa anodwuma akane wo no abetutumirika akwa amanone no ene ensa anodwuma no technical and vocational education enti wo mo de bia ba abesoso ye no wo mo kire se ebinom bekwa amanone aban no ne aman bi edi kasasi a wasua plumbing wasua electricals de wasua bia no
ensanodwumafo no nso ka ho kese
oye ne man no ko contract ye de saafo na kwa mo mo akwa ye adwuma wo mo ye adwuma no na sika efiri amana ne ba man num esanse woni no ko obema ne fie
nanse mukura eyi labor minister
wonderful
Dr. Rashid Pelpu wose ukaise wobeka se wo mu be create 2 million jobs bi on be create 2 million jobs bi between now and the next 4 years no na ne kasa mu waka se wo mu be ma temporal training bi ye de nkofo be ko amanone ye de wo mu kwa ntichu mabunu ye ko kire wo mu enwuma ne ade a wo mu wi a ne ye de wo ma back na womo edit expertise na womo akonya wo ho no womo dia eno na mesenti Ghana fo ye de womo bekoyi
oh sir badie wombeba na woni bibi mu no ya ne gina kwan ya obefa so a obe package wo ho afa
okay
ense oman bia no womo osusudua na sa osusudua no na se wa ehunu na wo ye ho se ye man no de ye koni biara mo so mo be na mu saa enti wo manfo no benyina duru baabi wo mbe hunu o man no se empanyimfo na ewom wo no mo mmoa enti ene wo de mekọ amema biem na hwan na ne ho to no wo bepe so obetu kwan no wo bia no won mo na ne ho to no a sanka wo mo ti aburochire yi kwofo ama manhwi na ne ho to no wo de wo kra wo frɛ no obisa obitimi ka se aha ya ho kire ye
ba so na nkrofo ekọ mo de wo mo ma
na wo ka chan se wo mra kra no wo ma wo ban so ba bedi be bosome na wo twem yensa bisa se di enti no wo se ekọ obi a wasenke honye no edi enti no wo se ekọ enti se ye pese ye nkrofo ana ya de hie ye youth a ye tete wo mo no wo mani ke o mayi mu wo mani je no mutimi kina o mayi mu dia eni ni ensiesi o man ne tse de nkrofo de ye no na wo ka setuo Sikato ɛtoɔ de yɛde kyikyiri kuro yɛde kyikyiri wɔ man nipa bi a wɔn pɛsɛ wɔbɛtua toɔ bia no na wɔn pɛ ɔman ne nkankɔ no ɔman ne yiyɔ
okay
obi a wɔyɛ wɔadwene sɛ media
wo de wontua tax
toɔ na sɛ wɔadwene na da wotiri mu no nya papa
corrupt
yes wonya wɔadwene sɛ wɔbɛboa mo ɔman no ankasa ne nkankɔ no atumpɔn
wo hia resetting wɔ wɔadwene
resetting ɛno ano waka no na adeɛ baako a yɛnhyɛ ne nso ne sɛ wotua toɔ no a na wobisa ho sɛ toɔ no a metua no anyambia ɛyɛ adwuma a ɛwɔ sɛ ɛyɛ de ma meana sɛ anya sɛ adwuma no a na yɛ ana mpempi no akɔhyɛ mark bɛda ho no sɛ minim sɛ metua toɔ si yɛde bɛtɔ funu wei na funu yɛ kita me matua toɔ no akɔduru afe woka kyerɛ me sɛ afe no duru a ɛwɔ sɛ funu wei yɛtimi tɔ na afe no bɛso no bɛbu akonta na obu ne tro kan de kyerɛ me ɛkyerɛ me sɛ ɛtoɔ na me wogyegye ye no bibi nti antimi antwia antɔ saa fon na which means say in a way no kra na so wo yɛ abu me kwase a so what you say enti no se yɛtua to a ɛwɔ so ɔmama no hunu sɛ toɔ na yɛtua no ɛde adwuma na yɛde yɛnya so mfasoɔ ɛno na government expert no wɔkyerɛ sɛ Ghana fo betua toɔ ne bedru baabi na ɔmanfo ne hunu so mfasoɔ a aya ne toɔ ne tua ya enti sɛ aban no bɛba no sa de toɔ foforo bɛsa ba bɛtoto so ama yɛ ho akyerɛ yɛde a ɛna na nkadada na ayɛmfa enti toɔ de yɛ obi obɛka sɛ toɔ nya bia na so yɛ mamoyɛ ni na mom yɛtua toɔ no yɛ mpanyimfo no wɔm de toɔ na yɛ dɛ
ɛno ɛyɛ asɛmbisa kɛseɛ paa na yɛne Ghanafoɔ bi edi nkɔmmɔ ɛhyɛ wɔn so adwen kyerɛ sɛ budget review no ɛbɛkɔ so no nneɛma bɛn ɛna wɔn hyɛ no yɛnkɔ tie
yɛhwɛ anim ne sɛ ɔmo ayɛ bi ɔmo ayɛ adeɛ yɛka so ɔmo nya adeɛ ne yɛbɔ ɔmo ayɛ adeɛ paa I expect sɛ ɔmo nte nneɛma no so ɔmo ate so deɛ ɔmo bɛyɛ no ma yɛbɔ ɔmo sa nte so ma yɛ na petrol nso ɔmo nte so kakra ma yɛ ɛna tu asa ɔmo fa hyehyɛ pɛ mu kwan ma yɛn nkodo ɔmo bɛyɛ nipa bɛyɛ no ɔmo ayɛ ne nka so ɔmo ayɛ bi paa ma na yɛkɔ agye yɛn nsɛm wɔn kɔ so anyɛ deɛ kyɛn saa ɛma yɛn mu dada yɛasɔ mu dada kyerɛ sɛ 6 months na te sɛ obi 4 years ni 6 months no kwa no better than 8 years eti ehwe ye show me say petrol bet so case kan so o bet so
aba kan say finance minister say e chira budget e wo ko read ni ye we say o mo bet no ma so ama ye fi say ye pa ma de no ma board pa de pa mo no ma ne board to mo hwe no mo tete so mai na aven so e ba petrol afan so a o mo tete so na case ka o mo se mo tete so nya ba bia na ya to so still na baby for that so fair dada na omo de na nto mo hwe no ho so munya hu bibi mai ama I don't so dollar no still na wonya adwuma wo ho na mra fam kura mai se de be ya yan so you go dwa so akodi dwa ya ho ban hai
china de me for me expect e bu omo ko parliament no
enti Ghanafoɔ bi adwenkyerɛ ɛno no wo hwɛ a nneɛma boɔ yɛntete so no ɛyɛ asɛm kɛseɛ pa na adwadifoɔ nso deɛ budget wɔn kura na gyina mu kɛse na wɔn wɔ kofodua ne mpɔtem apuɛ mantam a wɔn mu di dwa wɔn kɔ Togo Burkina ɛkɔfa nneɛma bɛtɔn wɔ Ghana ha ne adeɛ no ebi nso ne yɛdi nkɔmɔ na wɔn kyɛ sɛ wɔn kura deɛ wɔn ha kɛseɛ ne yɛ sefa no na sefa no wɔn de edi dwa wɔ Togo hɔ ne adeɛ no wokwase sɛ bi kura wunya enti amane ma ho ayɛ den paa e de amom wɔn nso sei ɛne wɔn de to so mpaka sie nim
for bureau sisi aso kwasisa sefa unye bi nsisa ye di exchange rate ni beba alright say etise but you kwasisa sefa se me kora for bureau sisi se me kwasisa 1 billion sefa obi ani wa obenya bi amame jesus black market for omo pen betnya sikana amami enti so no me pesa ban de enye mu hyehyɛ bi ma
and there no correct because so hwɛ sisi no sena dollar na ba from no correct pa ezisa nkasifa no etimi ba from pa maye but say na is looking around 21 22 enti no sanka obotimi na abotifo na I negotiate ama abotifo na my standard of fixed price of sefa na ankada wine
so me di tobuda me ko ko fanya mada medical card be for yes $7 masem it's like as a Ghana hatin here kasa omuka say nice it based on dollar bet as a obianka $7 masem
wei adwadifoɔ bi ɛwɔ apuɛma ntɛm ne ye ne wo mu edidi enkomo no ne tichu ni wo mu kotogo kofa ne ma no wo mu de sefa no edi dwuma ne ade no wo mu so ensem eno no na Techno Spark 40 series me pacho wenya bidie Techno Spark 40 series no wenya bi wo phone na ni apa no akọ program ase na wo yikura na ofere no enti sister bra wo da sukita yaka Techno Spark 40 series ho asem aka wonte ene wuni Ghana o because no na the latest phone in town a wukita bi na wo maso na wo yi say ya obi anim se boga wo krom obi anim se boga wo town enti kope bi Techno 4 na aye we no Spark 40 Pro slim fia wukita enye se de wukita bibi obi wo hono a wo phone na dududu na etene boto there be no enye guy slimmer na wo hye de ye kita ya na kura no a se be enye phone pa na nka ye duane anka de behyi wonu stylish hye se niema bobo ho camera no baby ye de atuatua ne ade utim se koyie papa wo de flexible bia me pacho Techno 4 say wo call Techno Mobile Ghana ewo Instagram a wo behunu wo mo Oko Techno Ghana ewo TikTok so a ubehunu wo mo no darling moment to me pacho this one dear it be serious so pa Techno stores are ewo nationwide Ghana half na baby a wokọ a ubenya bi na wato ama bibi atimi akonkan said ye maka no ko womo stores ahudru no nyina mu anase bi a wo no hunu bi wo baby a wo na contact womo ewo social media Instagram no at Techno Mobile Ghana na TikTok no so at Techno Ghana ubenya womo wo ho womo so ka ho bi na ewie enkomo no yede ebrem mame enko Patrick ho ana obrempo se yenkomra wo ho yenko break mra okay abusuafo momye nna ne ye ho kakra ne enje aboafo nkrato ye ba de aka no ye de beto aso
Kweku, minim se waye she. Me cry man nane. Now so ebony show one embasso.
Mane hon sepeno. Ebony condoms comes in different flavors and available in all pharmacies, chemical shops, over-the-counter shops, and pubs. For bulk purchases, contact 055-230-0075. Ebony Condoms, Ghana's most pleasurable condoms. Make it worth it.
We got peppermint, strawberry, vanilla, chocolate. We got peppermint, strawberry, vanilla, chocolate.
It only the view means a condom. The condom mulia then it's not on, but double dose got as a condom.
Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Ghana had the obi anim say your prostate. Na baby omutibi ye screening ema hu ni ye etu asia. Na e Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Anase e kidney, e liver problem. Wo fa baby na adjujo. Na de fa ne premature ejaculation no a be ma bi a wo ne wodofo akwakwahia. Asa wo di ne ho agro. Asa wo tonte. Ene ye bra Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Na ye moa wo. E ma ne mema mo pa wo. E ye Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Wo mo da mufua. Yare bia infections bi ne wo ho. Anase bia wo hwa wo fa baby na adjujo. Kidney problem, prostate dear, Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Kuma se ubehu Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Ewo Kronoma boy here. Ena Accra hanso so dear. Wo mo gina mu ankasa. Ewo Spinters baby friend share signboard no. Who do na ubusasa wo pe Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Obia ebechro. For Endpoint ewo 0244867068 and 0274234321. Endpoint Homeopathy Clinic. Wo mo demu fua.
You can call it Slim Macho. Make you spark anywhere you go. Oh.
Ghana, are you ready to level up the vibe? Introducing the all-new Techno Spark 40 series. The phone that has got more power, more style, and more spark. Sleek and classy. Kai! Sheesh. Big screen, check. Long battery life, check. Crystal clear AI for your next viral post, triple check. Super fast processor for all your gaming, streaming, snapping, slaying, and flexing.
You can call it Slim Macho.
The Spark 40 series is built for the bold, the trendy, the Gen Z, and the unstoppable you. Don't forget mommy and daddy you.
Long-lasting battery techno is your plug.
Rush now to any techno showroom or authorized dealer nationwide. Whether in the north, south, east, or west, we always have one for you. All at very affordable prices. What are you waiting for? The Techno Spark 40. Slimmer, faster, sparks everywhere. You can call us on 0303 980 205 or follow us on social media. Techno. Stop at nothing.
Era, me pacho brana me sha dia wo bagi.
Bra, aden, enen so biem.
Hey, time heba me sha ya me kan se yi ba kwin. Ani wo yi me ensen.
Bra, sanya time heba me sha esia jimi ni me fiefo enya dia baako ebeso yen.
We dia udi se ofa ni nyina.
Time heba me sha me kase me di one dance ya heaven ene de me kwa akopie. Enti se malaria we draw ne time heba mixture.
Enye enunku o, dia nanum ato a wontimi ani die no. Time heba mixture duro no ene ye ma wo. Oba a wo fa Dio wama akwada nofo ene akwada woni mfie dumienu entimi num aduro yi bi se obeto aduro yi bi anoma hwe se wakọ hospital anase lab amaye hu se wo atridie malaria yi bi ansa se opetam heba misha enuro dudu atu a fo ani kire KNG Herbal Center ewo Emrom Abidjan House ana ba akoso wo atonsu mona akọ junction
eno echi obenya bi atowo over the counter medicine sellers ene herbal shop dodo na emu
Fre 0244 417669
Kayo, set time no TIME. Time herbal mixture. Afi malaria fever bi adani ziba ewo munu be tuako.
FDA aji ejodi enkratu yi atu.
TV Emma Aketiapa
ampabusiafo ye damase se monya brena mwatwen ye ene de ye ne mu a ene si ha kopem se minister ne beba parliament ho na wabe di ne dwuma esese wodi ne die enkomo no na ye bekoso na yedi ewo ahanum sei na Dr. Kasiela Tofosen no wono no wonya medru ho ye wonya mai kura wonya mai but parliament hono bibia set everything is set marshebja for wo da so ne nanam we ni wo mu na edididi wo mu ho nkomo obi a hu na check akra ne ade na wakọ chia no wasira hwe no eno na sesi a wo mo ye but ye expect se enche kura in the next 10 15 20 minutes de es wo panyi no wotime ba ye nim dia keep no because o share 12 o'clock but sesi a one abo apa ho wonya mai enti no ye hwese in the next 10 15 minutes no opanyi no ebetimi abana bibia nso akonkan na de Ghana fo ehye no waba beka ehu adwuma na apam ne
yes, madam.
Patrick ni akosua ye ne governance expert ni di nkomo no waka women's bank bi ho asem in fact me kura na mama adwen free so but watwe ma adwen si so emi se ye ba ya ban ne ba na se obi adwene nyanko sa women's bank no ho se emma adwadifo
adwene wo so
sa wo ho
hwe adwene wo so papa
eni e bia me na me ma adwen ko so
se ansa na wo mo ba no na e campaign message
okay
se ofa afro barometer no
edi
Afro barometer.
Okay. Afro barometer.
Okay. Na ofa the say mind barometer no so. Ununu amanfo adwenem na ohwede dodo na eka. Abana yeto ye no mato pa. Kese enam Women Development Bank ninti.
Okay.
Because e man hu say e basika se mu a ya na bibie ni na ye twa wo moja. Akonhoma no kura no ye budget ye efre na akonhoma no. Wo bo wo fie mpo a na wo miamia so na so se wo bo hu so ba bi ade ne ho na financially or free or secured oba financially or secured biya no what is your who say by
mama nchirem oba biya ni sikasem ejina yie no
majo amo oba mi anka mado nsa wo mani
we no mechiche ska eye bosiabo na hunsi ho ne beye kuma bi ya obenya brani adaje a obetua so ati asie enti se ne beye a adwade form na empempi no ano mo campaign no na adwade form na bi kire se so mo kwaso mo kwa akopɛ bosi a aya na ehunsi ho no
edoso
yes na emmoa wo mo nso so ewo ekwan bi so se ebi a won ma kwaso mo kwa akopɛ bosi a fe be kɔ na nsi ho ɛda ho kakrakra ebe wie kira kura no ki wo be kwa akodi so ni ade no na asense da moa won mom ema no enti eno kura titiri wonti
ma wo mo eto aba no mo
se de ma no be
se de apamo kanwa
ya wo ho be henha wo mo
eni ese
baby akwaje bosian loans manager e be ma o de memma mra den bi na e ma
so o de memma mra
sa de o se naturally e ma ne kura bure ye complicated beans dada ye complicated beans dada enti no o ni e didi no wa nya botre kakra ne na cha se eni e be bete afaso
enti women bank eni de wo ho pa nanso aban bae no ye se bi de wonu mu a na otu bi e ben women bank here by no boss so say oba obawe yenyo bia wo man mu a wasore gina say mampani asem wo kan na say oba e no wayi weni je 1 billion fa ye to say seed money fa to ase na de owo bi nso fa meka ho ni intimate start e bi nsi sa e hono
na say opa say eyi wo mu a sebe nyame hira wo mo na woman some will be near the end. Woman sika wrong places.
I was saying Casabre ya twetwema my bank na so.
Oh why yes will be a donate sika say.
E de kwa ha. Say we donated the to women bank no ne fotom. Say de be na ebenya nan ye gina so sansa na sika kura bia no betimi aba asetena no. E wo niema binu mu a wo hia ansa. Ana sa niema no so say sie mempani ka say o kobobo sin akura de aba ya ye besa abodi tiri so
okay
na onu ane bottom sika so so de ya ane afiefo nso besu
ba pamu se ade bia no ye se de ofru dua pa na pia no won se obi ho no mu a utimi nya idea bi ya osu se ebeboa enkrofokuo bi ana ebeboa oman bi ukwa ebia medem asem obeto wanim eja me business idea bi a me pese me ye new me plan ni proposal me de abrewu ni mpacho hwemu na hwese bibia de dana kwemu a pam hwemu so adwoa we de kama yetimi rolling it out I beboa pa na me pa chawo
roll out no
wo ahen na wo ahen na wo wa da ho se nti e ho no na problem no wo hu one a problem
and non tina ma che no aka bada da enti
Tracy some trofo
okay
Parliamentary
Kwame Abuja governs Rose Minister ena kasa no ena Adaklu MP yenhwe say yebetimi
asem kro o kan kire nsen trofo no ene obe say yetamu atola
okay
che say yeginamu akosi ase enti ene enu say for God and country mra no
na ye di kan de ya settle wo mo ansa na fe wo mo de aka no aba be pia so
no say mra so badwafo ebi no ma she fita na ebi no ma she tuntum
yeah ase
yi yo no ya ben wo ho
sen ebiti ebinti
akoja say
ebiti ebinti
na yi wo mo na
don kuma na nti sa
so mo kwa wo mo ka say eyi no kura wo mo metina
papa bi o ma ti oye ntina no ye be hwese ne ye be kona master dia hwese finance minister bia ba ya na ne bag nko
ba kala ne ye pe
sa ho
design ya ye different kakra ba kala ne na ye brown
na ye be hwe said ye ono no de no ba emu nsensem asite no mo se cement no
cement to be used for government projects should be from 95 Ghana cedis na government project nko a
Sa ye kotwa ya ban adwuma
na wo kotwa si wo dan so a ana anya sa government is about to unveil massive road infrastructure road ni ho asem de ye behu na when ye pre-budget pre-media budget a year na
so no professor agro ne form aha enti enya den a yewura
enti when a proposal ana because to be used in a day na say wo munya enye say ba na no ayifo nko ano aban cement no nko ano wo beto ne sa na say brands ni nyina endi ebre ne nkrabia ene be kire enti say de na ye di hu nkomo no Kwame Agoja wono na address ensemtwofo sesi a ewo ehonom enti nkomo bia wo bedi na eniema hodo bi nso a wo beka no so no nim se sompa de ye ne mu a eti no ye be hye na ya bobobo ho asem so na ye de ama etiefo messages kakra bi nso enam Facebook I think say menya okay na akua moaboaten ena wode ne de aba from Ablekuma Central or say a special birthday nkoma honorable Nana Maduku Asiama Agye kane so afọ abedi echi anu wo hye enyuma ena afe industries so or say wo man happy birthday KK enso de ne de efri Kaswa or say from American Town Kenke House or say Ghana is no more a peace country again simple was say see abambo ho nsem no akoye bibia wo ho wo oman Ghana emu ohene nana mensa jebi enso o say mechiamu abusuafo I'm enjoying the fantastic program no every the capital city was say mummo eni adwuma moye edema oman Ghana na nyankopon enkoso a ensura Ghana aban ko mensa pillar 2 enso was say wo share yen live from Domi pillar 2 or say special greetings enkoma honorable bride Esilfi Kumia or next MPP national first vice NFA honorable Daniel Nyame aka Obia chairman Nyame Yaduma wo mo hwenim se obeye next MP ede ama omanfo a ewo akwetia abato empeswa no eso mo messages kakra mudi bi aba enso enono entino apam mpacho check we yi ma me name say menya problem kakra wo me phone ne so
kafra
me ntimi hu se ye me internet no na enye stable so the messages ne do so but asa me ntimi access
media budget review intino obia fa no ho adwene
okay
anti tekos no nso omo twetwetwe omo na ase kakra te se de kane ne ye be kan budget ne ye kan wi a na afi ne yihu ne mabo no ene ase dodo na adwene mu saa na da so da
okay
senyen sentrofo te se sompafo na wo mo ka brofo no ne ye kan economic brofo kra ne mo bubum e de abafo mama yate ase se de ye beti ase wo table so ofia ankana budget de ye se ya kan awie ye busa se e se what cement so no aha ye busa se eh wo matuma na wo mate so e san se ye kan budget wi ya tum ana ya teso ena ya natimamufo no wono mo pe na wo mo hunu na peasant farmers
okay
wono mo a eye afuo nkumankuma ewo emfichire ebembe mfie eno no de ase yen shadan karisika pi na de bekwa akofa niema naba wo mo nua ne dodoom menka ne sa na wate ase yie wo mo nso se aban ansa na wo bedi akonwa no kura wo ka se wo bebo akuafo pa na eba wo no mo nso edwumadi a wo mo dia wo mo de wo mo nsere nkwa akiri big push ni bi na wo mo hia se abane de kakra so wo mo asene sika ekokuyayom no wo de hamu nchemu adunum wo de pia wo mo push it to say de ya na wo de for mango day wo kano no wo de push asa tie bia ebeduru ye betimi enya ma yenya bia di asanya bi kura aton enti wo no mo de sabre ya media budget no wo mo be review no se abane hwerefia wo mo kai no se wo mpe bibi emfanso wo mo asene enti yewura Bismarck Norte won na ye executive director Edema Peasant Farmers Association ena asemi wa bon centrofo amane se ye kan ye wura atoba force wonya megina apaso nyina no o monitor sompa nti wotie sompa ne yanka sa asemi nkyere no se empo wanfa nhemu a onje otonto na wokogina ho a waka se de be na 24 economy no esomfa so ebeba ama akuafo nso wo monya wo mo chefa ewom esanse niema ye de kwa ama no ne kokoton no dodo na peasant farmers no eye ho adwuma nti wo monya kakra de so wo masana sete bia enema bedane na ebesesa nso wawura badwafie ho ana
ya mawura ho ye kodi enkomo kakra na ya banti apam somu wo hono mama na Ibrahim Alasan ya maniboni wo parliament honom yenko na yenhwe enkomo ahodo bi nso a efiri honom eba. Hello, good afternoon. Ibrahim, mejidi se bibia ya okay. Nyame adom ye ho ye na mepacho ye nyano ntia se opanyinu wanya medru ho ma ye general overview sena environment no esifati esesi akra ye hu se honorable Gavin Kwame Agboja wo address media no ne ade edien ene ekoso
nokre me starting free baby wo this year no my minister of roads and highways also for roads and highways Gavin Kwame Agboja and ansana ninyapa Dr. Kisela Tofosen I didn't anticipate about no by the way we to at Tofosen abedu maso de fia or habit embassy for agency and would medias to what or in a home kakra omudi to media this so next about now man find no about the now so ansana no baso no Gavin Kwame Agboja say o asem kan na asem kan o won de chiawa so ohe o man mu a o man sika aye city no enya ahonde pa ahonde na enya no ama dollar no ahonde na bafo enu nti ehwe adwumaku bebre do na asechi wo mu eni ama boss no no wodi ni atofo mu ahwe akomu se eye companies a omo manufacture cement o man omo nya o margin se omo cement ko no so omo do do go kra den e no abe na ono no asoswafo a ohwe eye omo nya kwan eni dwumadi so no wodi to omo nim se eni mo nim ye so omo ante so e sign say dollar na honde aba form na siri no nya honde no man ante omo cement ko so a wono no as those minister the dwumadi a wodi no omo de cement ye adwuma pa akwan ni ya cement gates ni ita cement obehwe na omo cement bo ewo form na omo a adesede odi atu omo ni omo bedi atumu no mate omo cement bo so no omo e na ban ni omo bedi tuma nti asem no tiawa adwa say
okay
the opese aban eto cement edi ni duma die dia eli adesede a asoswa for the just we say ma cement bo no mra form manamrafo
because near contemplate wa ha se cement aban ebe use for government projects ni ade no wo ma fig amount bi cross 95 Ghana cedis ana enya sa okay na we know on my timelines bi say companies no a wo manufacture cement wo kurom ha no say bia between na ye kasa ni da say month so a say ne besi wo ma timelines bisa
ya also ni se aban bitia contractor for ka or they obemo mu 4 billion Ghana aban ade na this idea so contractor for say omo contract no mo je esiwa omo apake omo machines esiwa na so omo ye free eye site no omo nye den omo sanko na enne eye omo peni aban sana hene eye Dr. Atufos ede media budget review you se onye wie na aban start so odi bituma adesere na otato cement manufacturers na nimo no se amaso a eye wono so kokoba odi amon no media was obi no saa na we ne obesha enti do credit me ni mi nia o kan nyina ne se sidi no ahonde abam dollar no aboto omuni am bebe omode ye omutu media e fe na clinker de manufacture ye cement na fe na clinker no do na ye crefree amon no na so o crefree amon ni no se bedu port ni bi ya sika nanka baye bosume ensia ene nso achi no mutia no abafo esan say over a Bank of Ghana interbank rate na and the crime no okase near akosro na 10.49 ndu 11 cedi. I'm talking about $1 cedi. It is zadia and na this dia or dia to money na ade there na ko so the 30 enti near autumn no be no nko na e governor for Abuja ka wansem.
Okay.
Aban sana hene Dr. Kesela to person ne nkuru obebo no ye beti about road tools here bibia even in 2025 budget in March or the buy no o kan wansem say aban I started in name of council say road tools na na nakra akuado ama aban empress wo mutu ebu aban apekwan bia o de den samba ne we no kwan yo mbeba so aban say so go toll butwa unyina ho me akase wa den ya di wotu esika wotu ya 5 cedi wotu ya 1 cedi ne mu maban epe ame abefo mre kwan bia o de be den o de be say scan electronic payment of road tools no and nyina no o say Dr. Kesela to forsen obi no kasa o de nchechemu ebeba ne etwato kra ne say nra ma so be do fia ya Dr. Kabengama Bujana mu ka say o mampeni eko kumase o de thank you to no ko bi ho no o ka say aban de nemu bi egukwan so say ye betwa kwan foforo kwan foforo e be free enkran akokumase eno no enye ekwan na ye overpass every boko enye ni ye overpass every bana bypass every insawam ni ye be bi free ejoso ye be bi so dey free konongo no enye dualization of Accra Kumasi na mu we ekwan foforo pa ye friend expressway ye be twa free kind edi akọ asantememu na obi ekọ esirem ene amayamaya to aso a umfa krobia so na se wona mu mu pan no so sa na odi akọ IFN expressway no wasi enden so sa ban sana hene Dr. Kesela to forsen ebie na no kasa wodi emuntire mu yeden ebeba enti emase be fia de mene dom kuma ne dom kese mra sibu da foni na di komo oba ha de a and before mra sibu da foni na de omo de tutum ena se omo briefly ena se omo
I be nkame be bisa ho asem kora because as a minority MPs no wo mo nyina hye black ena dom dodo no so wo mo de wo colors no wo mo ahya afafre bi hye white bi hye blue black ne ade wo mo se de enti na ni nyina ya black yi
yo adwa eniam senka kenim yenti a dom kuma no na so bi da fo no efra ntomatuntum ana wo mo hye ntare tuntum enka yebeka sibia NSC akumi wonye ni bibi ko oye emasubu dedi wodina ho ma akwachia na osanso ye MPP emasubu dedi no onti ena ende omu ahye entade tuntu ne mum ye twipia pini omu no so ende omu eni abrepa na ni bre nyina ne se ne yeko so wo ablekuma no so omampeni nkasamfa ho eno omu de ho mu ntiase enema pii so o man ekoso o man mu a o mu se totima nenne o mu atwo mo no asema kukrata so broni frɛ no petition na sa petition no o mu de koma o mampeni no mampeni nko a oko coalition of electoral observers frɛ no Kodie na o mu edi petition ba ko mo any other interest groups na ni o ma adin pa o ma bone se Dr. Kesela to force ba se o representing the budget na ono esase so kasa na omo so ayeden ede omo nan esikwan so a omo ko abankesim no obodo omo petition akoma it not just bruni every big boycott so kasa NPP mazoida for air boycott to media budget petition na omo anse so imagine dey na say sa eno man so eno ena omo efra breezy no ma center de tuntum no se niam bi ko so oman yi mu a omo adwene ho mo ntiase kabem kabe mo mo nya sa na omo de ba oman yi mo no omo kire senka yi ni hu duma enunti enenne omo tinte skoko e dia kire aban yi
IB yete se ansa na wo mo bewura chamber honum kra no minority no ekoye meeting bi wo ba bi ansa na wo mo beba ho na meeting no wo mo se efade ho
meeting ni de no kan ya me ni ye se de medical apone ho akire wo no kwan ya on befa so di obuduma enne se omo be se o madwene say boycott no boycott to media budget representation, which will be the very first one, because usually say dom kumano kas bibi kosuna omo editum na enyi yekura na omo tina no se be fio na omo akuturu omo anu asema gukrata so the fe na placards no nti ubo say presentation no koso anu page na ubo katro koso e bia aza budget ana say la budget no ho niamaniama no beso omo turu bia no matre na ana say aban sana hini na national kasa ubo so mu yedede no mu hekel no nia yehu no ma se be fia no nemo say omampeni so the state of the nation address bansona man who say never because of my no omo bonyo so a omo try omo the register omo displeasure, but in the longest time no say kobase ne donkuma na kasa omo be say omo boycott presentation of the media budget review no na it will be the very first time in a very long time bibisa akoso ma so be the fear it meeting na there no ma make maka say NDC phone ko so cry omo meeting no baby on bepo omutrimu ponia omo beye anase ne omunim se omo afefo omo the other side and so any omo reaction on bede omo de beba, but meeting specifically there is about senior dikan omo nkasa mfa budget no anase when omo nkasa eba se ato force and eba omo ntina no muntie ne ekoso anase se omo pie akọ abankesi mu kwan be no omo faso de akọ abankesi ta eni amano ba se Donkuma na domkesi and I'm for Asia before other budget or state of the nation address there. And ye bibia a year for Flokra, Dibia Sanomoy.
IB ma yena wasawai na yemfa Asia da was a papa any or money bo nti abusuafo Ibrahim Al Hassan ya wo no woye amanebofo wo mrasebedwe fi honom na woto nkra wo ho de maaye no nti mamemma Patrick emre mu kakra because ase wokasa yache yete ne voice ache na cement no hunkomo no ehia me papa the Rose minister no addresses esi ano a na abrante ni chiemu se ya ka egu manufacturing companies no omo ye cement ne se womo nte cement no so because esi asidi no baby ejina no enti se sidi na hoden na kosoro dia na muso monte ne ma no so kakra na wo mu sidan ne ekeka wo so wo mu timi ekomo yi ha wo mu kakra wo se so wo mante so a government project a wo mu ebeye no ye the contract ne be ma wo mu mate wo mu de so the price wo form no and on say aban so de bia aban ye project ye akwan ye see hospitals ye niema enti general overview Patrick
anka no mum de nka ne kwan so an no because obi ani ho a o koya de opeso obeboka sene ne udi kan sidi na ahoden sese ne dollar no sidi na nya ahoden kakra enti nka monte cement ne so sene dollar yakọ from city nenya hoodin kamonte so nanka timemu fon so ayenso yeto cement ni didi dwane niema yenso ye ho hiha yan kakra na so still na cement uko baby say 120
120 Ghana cedis
120 Ghana cedis
one bag no
enti o kaneza odika in the sense say aban anya so aban be boka say 120 Ghana cedis at memufuo to yi na aban so kotoni the same thing not the government project enti no say cedi na ba from cedi na nya hoden dia na che say o say cement na so ebo ba from na memufuo so ha o kakra na no odin
obi be ka say ne wo mo nsha ase mfamfiri aban de no ho
aban de
say company no say aban so wo bia na me boa
aban company
because leadership by example yes enti say me ko yembe market wo bia product de but say wo ko market na aban cement eye 50 Ghana no obi de so ye 60 a say 50 no na meto ana na ya na bi so say when affect quality no.
Oh, quality in there, I'm not sure, but it will be competitive because what can buy then when not buying any 50. Now when you're buying any sister, definitely people will move to their buying side. And you know, some you need guy I buy yes starting free. Yes starting free about I buy it to the there so there. Then they not on more can so no. A better so. And you know they can acquire so
na chese na unim say yetete niema buoso ifango call form ni adeade ya na yese fuo yi ate so transport fares aba form ni yese cement fo ne de tintin trinti na me so wo no de kura se yese product na material no wo de ye cement no
ebi wo kra clinker no
eno na akoye problem sesi ano because me sure say no Ghana ha wo munye bia no munye bi wa ha it is because sesi ano me cause some mayi na makoto aba abete so na mete so na me ko se me kofa foforo na se price no ekosoro na se me na maboka
Ghana dwadie no on se yese obie ni ho a odi dwa opeka mfaso ntini yedi dwa enti yedwadie na ye mfaso nko anu nti na ya ye hu ne sa na mom ye hu ne se dwadie
eka wo
eno no de se ye de sa adwene ne hye tirimu a ye mmia ye hu pi ye hu be henhan pani ya odi mabunu na atem se wo muti se kubei se
wano no
de obehye ye wura ala nkyere manten anan
ya makai
se oni cement fu ekohia
okay
etwetwe so a se wo montebo no so nanso saa bre no na dollar no na ni ede no sidi ni so enne sesei sidi na bro dollar na ma wadwana kote wonse wo so pese fa no kura bia wunya o pe dollar ni bia wunya
unya se na no na eyifo no e complaini
osuro sidi abono enti se obepia aba no oba no wabo ni trumpata enti sei ama dollar nom abrochire sika na kope ba bia hye enti sidi na nya ahoden sabre wutimi sesa o sidi na pake na akokoduru ho na omoma dollar price a no wasesen ba sidi no na de atua eba na sa omo so beje kakra to so na edisa omo ton sidi no a sabre no so ne bo akosoro na omo anya so mfa so enti cement adwumako ne de aban de ne betimi atebo no so nanso so onyate so say kim yesi yenkum dwafo ni dwa eno na ama o munyina gina bo denden no o betimi ate so nanso se benkum nyate so na ni fanya nte so pe okum ni dwa ente ne yenyina ensene ni baako se de be ya yenka se we de bo eden enema e wo cement mu a e madan nya ahoden no obia ne de ewom se ye wo clinker ye kra ede fremu de nanso obia ne se de ne de ne quantity na quality a wodi gum
apam somu mame na yekodi nkomo biaba owura Abraham Yali eye labor expert eba enyuma ne sanyoma no a wabri mu ye pa en wo ka bi nso a ewom ye yenhwe na expectations akodo bi nso no ye ni hu nkomo opayi kase ye mo ha emo akwa abasompa so ni o akra yo ye da senso se ye bo wa homa mu no wo je ye nso awie finance minister enne obia ni da kwan in fact was 12 p.m. but ebre no kopa ye nim ye nti a opanyin no ma ye nti wonya ma ye no wo akwa ye labor ba nyuma ne ade no so a ye nhwe nkomobo no mfiri ho niam ahodo ben ene expect was aside no
but near Tennessee, Osha budget now is a budget review.
Me pacho no kre.
Budget review. So what in the budget or the budget by beginning at the beginning of the year. I'm about that was the first budget.
Yeah.
And or the new maybe up to 2, but sometimes in budget you come about the review. They are anko ye and as be ko ye na e bio ha sometimes sikana o twa se obedi and as ye be use juma make us obedi is a stronger word sometimes it's a bad connotation sika e ka se ye be use juma no e bio isha and as say aboroso nti dia yente so and as I say you say enti we no will not be a departure from near obekan kan man ye no
okay Okay. Na nsachaye ya ye nim se bia nneema bi a nkoye no e bi omo ba betenete no na afei se bibi fufuro bi wo ho no so wo mo introduce a o manfo ase wo mu hu ano omo de aba enti generally no wo wankasa no nneema ben e na wo hwe nimu.
Oh, one say me okay say maybe a labor person me de me yema ko bia ya djuma ye.
Nokre.
Enti se bia to person ya se ba ko fo edidi mi ekomu nye de. Enti se sana de ne to dia and nke mebu no omutumi ya djuma ye. And ya kasa private sector is the engine of growth. But to me engine no am the engine no the rings na say engine no shada anya papa bibia ya ka employment the focus has been with the public sector, and public sector no what do they produce? They only provide services. Amo ma aduane di a private sector a farmers no industries no amo no move the economy. The public sector they only run services. Omo ndie banchi, omo ndie bayire. Omo yasekan. All these is in a private sector. No more yet. In the account, now omo no bet make more jobs because said the public sector no for secretary. Dear Juma, for secretary, dear Juma Obada. You are rendering services. You are the ancillary to the government machinery. I'm abandoned to me in Juma. In the public sector, yes, you introduce 24-hour economy. I'm more launching. But launching is one thing and implementing is another. But who follow me?
Yeah, me follow pa.
Aha. When you got 24 hours, yes, me find say Obia or yes a kind, but me for example, or produces a kind in a day. What's it on running 24 hours? It means also increasing the production. Well, increasing production by maybe 100 foods and one double. So every shift to be other running 8 hours. So three. Now, no, have you also looked at the market?
Okay.
And you must be producing 24 hours. You must be producing. So that's what the year they consider market. What they are saying, poultry farming.
Yeah.
Look, you bet me reduce importation. I bet me advantage over a rice importation and a poultry production. But do you have the local capacity? Yes, stop. Do you have the local capacity? And see, what for me, Ghana free years to be a buying for this matter in particular. Okay, farmers in Amoya, for example. And what is your capacity? Your consumption, about to make up a movement, maybe you're going to have about 20%. Okay, young fat is the same to her. For the next 5 years. You bet me increase capacity to maybe 80%. If you import, you only import 20%. About support your consumption. So, if you are the Kunyan pa consumption.
Okay.
That's the first. I'm more crab, so come from a crack cat, part, but it is on one more cat and stop. How many of them? But if you are here, Obia Didi, Sisia, and more a staple food. Yet you said that you group for. You got a group for a Modimo. They have the end of food and appreciate. And those things, you see, an Ayala Obia Dia, who found the beer and one do watch here, Obedi to that. Stop, Obedi Mutu, Obedi Jollof, Obedi fried rice. And one said that we are yet the appreciate, so that is the food that's why we need to target. We have to grow the economy. And for the to grow the economy, no. But car manufacturing, all those things, but that's not where it will happen.
Ampa won open you won wabo asemi so na wo ka eduane ho asem no na ma dwen call me maame wodomo waye mu adwuma for so many years nti wo ko oti region ra side ho no mo ade kwa apesoku bi dambai ne sa area ho no a emo no wo mo ye ne kese pa obetimi agye di se wo mutimi domo no me asem ne wo kasa sesi yi emo a wo mu twaye the last season ansana new season ya ba sesi na afa na o ma sha ase petepete last season emo a wo mu twaye no emo no da so gudem mu a yenya atofo no ma beto wo mu nya atofo e na ya pack mo no wo bag mu enegu so I'm wondering and now say bono region ho ba bi amanfo anu wo mu donkuruma wo mo pacha wo say nkuruma na bo wo mo so ntinu o manfo emra meto and I'm like what is this? See, no. Then ye be see a private sector no so na wo kasa wo no mbetimi aboa no. Ya no so complain say support no emma.
See always you know Abembia the laziest approach to raise revenue is to increase taxes. That is the laziest approach.
Okay.
Abembia I'm not blaming this government. All the society governments here that they have the one laziest approach is to increase tax or introduce a new tax. That's what I wanted to buy. Certainly John Dramani
Mahmoud.
Energy stabilization levy. Okay.
Mekai.
When the fuel price above from to the level be a no. Sorry, the tax but they have to stabilize so that in case now fuel no cost around, they stabilize it.
Yes,
now no fuel about foam no. Yes, so yeah, dollar above from fuel above from. Yeah, for one gun and so a letter so. So what? Yes, it protein cost no original country. That's how it is. It is the laziest approach. Look, any businessman be organized here, of all China, of all Dubai, first no Europe. This time we are turning to Asia. And we are finding jobs for those people. I'm only name for the credit back. The credit have been this year. Meanwhile, say one more example. Perfume right, different a processing. So, broad processing machine master those farmers and more. All the auto go and buy the raw one, process it. Number two. Near your capacity say, okay, your farmers in the whole country, they are able to at least meet 30% or 40% of our consumption. If we have statistics now, then what we can do is what? Build on it, empower them, just motivate the young ones. Say that a second saw Adam APAM buy machinery for them. But as a mount, irrigation. Yes, you're a guarantee for a fair. Oh, no, they're do.
Yeah, and now all can.
What we just do? Surely at the bear, this guarantee for a
I say, Nina.
And the new phone now, what can you do? You could have the irrigation. Is another matter.
Now, markets and
I'm not going to have so a Western region folk, a Eastern region folk, a Atlantic region folk. Men who get a country and family. Say, over to banking, or honor the Abram word. You say at the ministry, what you say, just be true political expediency. You have two about the area, you want some of your can, you two about the area. As a you say, about a Fidian, we know a mission or the Fidian mission, we mission. That is the problem. China to Subana, you one and man of the also central government, and then you have to develop them. We know our problems, we know our solutions, but we are finding it difficult to confront, to use our own in-house solution, internal solution to resolve our problems.
Auntie, we no boapayo are now bro.
And you both. And you boapayo are bro. Never can a person nko oye yie dakoro obi a said the president na our opposition could said the president full account to be $60 the boy there's a rumor that I'm not for $60 you see a bit on to a number that I got over or the teacher is not a teacher. So that is our problem. Yes, sir. It is before the house. We have learned people. I'm going to have more. Attending the economy, but the commitment is not there. What in the number that says that for the team. At the tail end, you know, the government might just not giving the enable environment. I'm more expecting me na I work a crack. And now my work under emo. What don't want to cry on your for so 24-hour economy. What are you doing? Where is the market? I can run 24 hours, but where is the market? The park of Tonaway. Poultry farmers, encourage them, get them the best. Or I'm not my young for what I support from here, but more young, I must say. Oxford rollers are 8 weeks.
8 weeks, no, I say no 2 months, no 2 months.
8 weeks. Let us say I am mature. 8 weeks I am mature. Over to me at home. So already market every 2 months we are over to the shackle. And you know what about it? Over class. Now you can dress it and also very resources, whatever it is. Get all the tools. So that you can the year and Kokona, may expand with Kasabushi and Kokona. A bit better on Babette, Abam Babeto. Nothing more incident be achieved than Kokobia Poultry Farm.
Okay.
Yaria told almost a Yaban food, a bear food, a bear. Into on the Kukonina, make us say for over 4 years. And I banished about the Chia Chasican becomes over 4 years interest to the grammar.
Sa empatasicano.
Sa compensating so that obviously you have to begin a deal. Why say you be a brosana? Eh? Gana ye be yo. E be a twin rule. I want some be a ye. Yeah, because Ghana, who will be there, who will be here.
Yani adane hum no.
Yeah, I done your hobby before ye. You have what it takes to be successful. Be a being a subject of pressure or body on your mechanical. And I see that and a Serbia or the ancient announcement. For my go pass it and say, I'm a you are keeping it effortlessly. You need to get to develop.
See, O'Reilly.
One more timber, one more Bibia, one timber Numbia. Ultra timber Numbia. After Galamtian for come and say forest in the ground.
Asem na ye market ya na wo ka ho asemi e de ne ye be dan regulate because se akra se na wo ka se ye mfa so ne nkrante no biem atwam no se ye kofa mfidie ne ba na ye do na nuane ne ba na aka ekura na se wote se enkurumafo ya wo mo pa wo manfo chew se wo mo mra ho na wo mo metu nkuruma na nkuruma na bo wo mo so no wa bra wo mo nim se enima bebre wo hono manka betimi aboa ma ebia nkuruma no kra nka enso to sa market asem na wo kan e de ne ye beye.
No, you see market no said the phrase or say you will have value addition. The member say my do bank or the other bank no they are egal so I add the value me go
no correct
or the are full na akoto but add the value nkuruma no you have a way I be bit me preserve no to add the value sometimes can even export it. It's also a shame for people those who yesterday ye bia nyana nyango go nyana so me kwa akodo akaye fu but there are people who are going to buy agro business so what is here bakola for man so na mo ko nkura ko to nyama ne ba.
Yeah.
Yes. So what do? There must be a link between the farmer and the market. Yes or no better now. Okay, say I'm going to so is the buffer store okay if you recall.
Yeah.
Yes. We introduce buffer store because
ehoni asem no ade ne ye de ba ye nhwe se ye be implement akosi awiye.
Sure, see, yes, tutu mampa America. You don't even you don't even put thinking into it. Oh, you can't because you can say you please the populace. I ain't nothing. You must you make that sustainability is key. Yeah, very political. That is the issue. Your member of funding for food and jobs. It's a good policy. Oh, but planting for food and jobs to buy. We buy. At the same end, we are obi officer you do no backing.
Okay. Opanyini enkomo no eson na nkomo no so de pa because enema wo biebie so no very serious but ye hu ni say na mi say soafo no abepie mu speaker ahyase ye kasa enti no ye da wase ye de ubesi ha na ye di nko anase wo the budget no review no eba wi a na ya frɛ back na ya hwɛ ensema hodo bi epiepie fam ti no ye da wase nso sɛ ye frɛ wo no woje ye so owura Abraham Yali ye labor expert wo no na ye ni kodi nkomo niema hodo bi a wo biebie so no wutim sɛ Ghana ye wo kwan twa pa ye wo kwan twa na ye kasa Speaker of Parliament Owura Alban Sumana Kingsford Bagbin watena se agi nedwa ne che no ade bia se de wo hye no ne wo hye agbada ne bisa we ye brown ana se ase coffee yi bibisa ena wo hye no wote ho waje ne space ne che kama ena minority leader na se si a work dabi insa woman do ejiri mra hye bedwani anodompre wono ena kasa se si ano 80 years petese between now and the next 5 minutes ne de opanyini no wo beba na wode ne nsem aba beto Ghana fu anim na ya hye de enioma esifa eko enti me ma pam 1 minute and 30 seconds na mama Patrick nso 30 seconds ni en wrap up na fe yenkofa feed no apama me hyase. Okay.
Papa said it was your channel. And
12 na kodu 2 o'clock no.
We are what you be no. Yeah, be Ghana no. Baby a dano at the year. And I am baby in fire town concobo and copy be refi. And I say Ghana na ye woni so ade hunu bi and that's what you ho. Na asay pra sabra ye be review MPP for so me eti asay review chere cancer enti review we no ye mu na won betwitwa na ye no mo de ba be na ye
okay Patrick 30 seconds
apama kan nyina but ma memfa nto aso say Ghana for ze atemamufo no enema bebre ni ye hwe ni mu kan every minister minister of finance nchen enti no sana almost your call a form any the phone for kodi nkomo no yes say you call down now we need the phone to memo phone kodi nkomo kodi ye no yes say the views and the expectations of the citizen no omni be call budget mama na oman ane yan team no ye ho atoyen na bibia akoyi enti ye besre.
All right. Mamena mwasenti ebusuafo wote APAM DADAA enka Patrick Ofori ebaye ena akosu AGYEIWAA KODIE boaten na adwoa menso na metimu dindindinti ye ko aba ye ko fade ye ko so wo parliament ni nyina de amamu na ye wie a ye besanya aba back na nsema hodo a wo mko bro so no ya ba na yabedi ho nkɔmmɔ so no yahwɛ sɛdeɛ enwoma sifa konti kɔso amu afidie no ɛna SOMPA 106.5 FM Accra.
This is SOMPA.
What we're talking about today, I focus on hearing what the minister is going to tell us about the media review. Then we'll get enough time to handle your matter. Thank you so much.
Speaker, with respect, I will not on any day defy your authority. But Speaker, we have lined up a number of activities to back home our demands. And to the extent that these violence visited are not atoned, we cannot be part of the presentation of the media budget. And to that extent, to that extent, we are exiting the parliament and cannot be part of this process. Definitely agrees that electoral violence is not something that any of us should countenance. We do agree that as a country we should be committed to ostracizing any form of electoral violence. We agree with them. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, yesterday I attended the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress on behalf of this side of the House. And the issue of electoral violence was discussed. And I attended a meeting of the National Executive Committee of the National Democratic Congress, and there was a clear commitment by the National Executive Committee to take steps to deal decisively with the...
So these are the scenes outside.
I don't think it's proper for you to make comments on it. So what you've done is sufficient. Let's move on to business and do what is proper for today.
Yeah.
As I said, we have another day to discuss this matter.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I agree with you. Just one last
No,
sentence.
but it will not be fair that after I've stopped you,
yes,
I allow you to make comments on it.
Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, we couldn't stop them from walking out.
No.
We couldn't stop them from walking out.
Well,
and the whole nation has seen them walk
whether
out.
it's fortunate or unfortunate, that's a different thing altogether. Let's go on with today's business.
That is so, Mr. Speaker.
Please.
Except that our land.
There's no except. There's no except.
Okay, Mr. Speaker. So we will take item number 3 on the addendum order paper.
Yes, honorable members, before we do that, let me just acknowledge the presence of our August visitors from a number of our schools and other institutions. We have over 32 students from the Boma Senior High School, led by the headmaster of the school in the person of George Ampofo. The school is located in the Tano North constituency. Yes, they are up there to my right side at the public gallery. Please, you are welcome. And what just happened is what we call a walkout. It's part of the practice of democracies all over the world. When sometimes you disagree strongly with an issue, you walk out. After they finish with that item, you walk in and continue. When you boycott, you just don't attend at all. Then that one will be a boycott. But this one, they were present and they did a walkout. It doesn't
got inside these vehicles. They are moving to the Jubilee House to present a petition to the president. We understand from the indications that they have concerns to raise about some key issues of public concern. On the floor a while ago, the Minority Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, was raising a concern about issues around electoral violence, and especially ones that we recorded during the recent rerun of elections in 19 polling stations in Ablekuma North. There are other issues which the minority over the period have raised concerns about, and so they are right now going to the presidency. We saw that notice earlier that they were going to do that. The time was not communicated as to when exactly they will be heading there, but right now, while the proceedings are ongoing for the finance minister to deliver the media budget review in the chamber, they have walked out and are now making their way to the Jubilee House to have that presentation done. You see the Chief Whip, Frank Anodompre, ensuring that all of them get seated so that they are able to move together to go and have that done. We wait to see how that pans out going forward. But let me see if I'm able to get him to give us a word or two on this action that they're embarking on. They are going to the Jubilee House to present a petition to the president on a number of issues that they have listed, and they are going to present to the president, one including electoral violence and chaos. Leader, are we able to get a word from you? You wouldn't speak now. All right, so he tells me that he wouldn't speak now. He would speak after they are done. So you see, if I should call it that way, a number of the V8 that have been lined up, buses that are conveying the members of parliament on the minority side all the way to the Jubilee House. When you check other members of leadership who are getting ready to move to go to the Jubilee House to have that presentation of their petition to the president. It is expected that once they get there, a delegation from the presidency will be assigned to receive the petition. We wait to see who exactly is going to do that and what the response would be and what are the details exactly contained in that petition. And so right now you have the motorcade that is going to take the lead, and right after that the buses follow. Leadership of the minority is ensuring that everything is in motion before they themselves would join to move towards the Jubilee House. And so that is it. There you have it in your short that they have moved and are currently making their way all the way to the Jubilee House to make that crucial presentation of their petition. And now you get leadership of the minority themselves into their vehicles to move to the Jubilee House. Earlier on the floor of Parliament, the Minority Chief Whip Frank Anodompre arrested the proceedings and told the Speaker that they are very worried over a number of incidents that have happened over the period, from electoral chaos, and even when you read, really, there are other issues that are mentioned, including even the suspension of the CJ, which is also another matter. It's only one that even earlier today or even later hours yesterday, we saw the minority leader Alexander Finyomaking make a post about on social media. And so it just appears really that the minority has tailored a list of issues that they want. So these are a number of media personnel, members of the press corps who have also joined the convoy. That is the Deputy Minority Whip in your shot right there, Jerry Ahmed Shaib, who is also making his way to join his vehicle, and then they all move to the Jubilee House. It's interesting to watch, really, and when you ask me, and especially in a day like this when you have such a crucial national assignment, that is the presentation of the media. And so it's quite a convoy, if you should ask me. There you have it in your short. The minority MPs indeed and really have boycotted the presentation of the mid-year budget review and are currently heading all the way to Presidential Drive, the Jubilee House, the seat of government, to present a petition to the president on what they have termed as matters of public concern. It is so interesting. You look into the chamber right now, their side is entirely empty. What is also striking is how they've clad themselves in black costumes. Let's take you inside the chamber for the proceedings as it is ongoing there.
For finance to move the motion.
Cheers, obviously, also for the entrance of the finance minister, Dr. Kasala Toforsin, who's just exchanging pleasantries there with his fellow ministers and MPs on the majority side. Dr. Dominic Ayene, the Attorney General and Minister for Justice, then the Roads and Highways Minister, Kwame Govins Abuja, is going through his what do you call that, a suitcase?
Yeah, he's picking out
a briefcase.
The statements which he'll be reading from quite shortly, as he's been invited to do so.
And now he's going to the dispatch box. Yeah. We had talked about that earlier. We'll hear the statement now.
Policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year. Minister for Finance. Yes, Minister. Right.
abusuafo yesan ema makwa abasonko SOMPA 106.5 FM Accra so nie na se wudi kan ete ejapi APAM DADAA nka wote akosua agyewa enkan na fe Patrick nso na sesia ye ne mo ekasa finance minister no Dr. Kasela Tofosin waje simpie so ya wode ensema hodo bi etudwa enti de ya wrap up with you no say mo besan te yenka biemu a na chese for God and country for ene ba betena senti yenko parliament na yenko hwe de ekoso ewo ho ni bi.
Mr. Speaker, this presentation is in line with Section 28 of the Public Financial Management Act 2016, Act 921. Mr. Speaker, I respectfully request the entire media policy, fiscal policy review to be captured in the Hansard while I present the act. Mr. Speaker, this review is more than a fiscal update. It is an account of what we inherited and the positive results of our stewardship in the last 198 days. Mr. Speaker, for re-election with an overwhelming mandate, President John Mahama inherited economy in deep distress, far worse than what we had imagined. The economy was marked by large imbalance with huge MDA arrests, massive debt, weakened institutions, heightened public anxiety. Since 2023, the debt in the cocoa and energy sector had in particular posed significant. Since 2023, the debt in the cocoa and energy sector had in particular posed significant fiscal risk to the Ghanaian economy. The Ghanaian private sector and the business community looked on in despair. Public trust was completely eroded, the national spirit was broken, and the foundation of our economy had sunk even deeper. Mr. Speaker, the budget deficit had ballooned because of reckless commitment and wasteful spending. The indebtedness of the government had culminated into state insolvency. The impaired balance sheet paralyzed almost every single state enterprise. High cost of living and inflation impoverished large segments of the population, eroding the real value of their income and savings. Right Honorable Speaker, the mismanagement of our public finances by the previous administration led to a devastating haircut through the DDEP, which denied pensioners and middle class their lifetime savings, their livelihood, and in fact, their dignity. Mr. Speaker, Eurobond holders also suffered painful haircuts, severely affecting Ghanaian businesses and financial institutions. Soaring interest rates crowded out essential spending on education, health, and infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the Ghana cedi depreciated against all major currencies to levels never seen before, making it the worst performing currency in the world. Public sector corruption reached an all-time peak. As President Mahama said, the whole of Ghana was indeed a crime scene. Mr. Speaker, investor confidence waned considerably, significantly reducing investment inflows. The public debt reached unsustainable levels. The unemployment situation worsened, which made it difficult for Ghanaians to find decent jobs. Many micro, small, and medium enterprises collapsed under the weight of economic mismanagement. Right Honorable Speaker, to compound all this, the country suffered credit rating downgrades by all three major credit rating agencies, placing Ghana firmly in default or junk territory, never seen in the history of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to further illustrate the enormity of this economic burden, we inherited an IMF program which had derailed and completely gone off track, with key targets missed, putting our economic recovery program in jeopardy. In the words of the Deputy Managing Director of the IMF, Mr. Boli, the program had deviated substantially from its target by close of 2024, unquote. Mr. Speaker, we also inherited weak commitment control systems and irresponsible spending, which left arrests of over 67 billion and contract commitment of about 194 billion Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker, we inherited a bleeding energy sector with annual financing shortfall in excess of $1.5 billion. We inherited a debt-riddled cocoa sector with liabilities of 32 billion Ghana cedis, a weak financial sector with significant non-performing loans, despite pumping over 30 billion Ghana cedis into the so-called financial sector cleanup. Right, Honorable Speaker, steep debt repayment harms were also inherited, where at the time, Mr. Speaker, we inherited repayment harms of 20 billion for the year 2026, 50.3 billion for the year 2027, and 45.8 billion for the year 2028, as well as significant short-term treasury bills maturities of about 137 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we inherited depleted buffers needed to cushion the country from any fiscal or external shocks with empty sinking fund. And Mr. Speaker, we inherited stored projects, about 55 of them tied to bilateral debt restructuring, with about $3 billion in undisbursed loans. Mr. Speaker, the root of our 2022 economic crisis can be traced directly to an overbearing fiscal dominance, marked by reckless spending and corruption, compounded by poor leadership of the previous NPP administration. Mr. Speaker, the worsened fiscal situation spilled over into the monetary and external sector, causing a rapid depreciation of the Ghana cedis. The monetary financing by the central bank reached an all-time high, driving inflation to levels never seen in decades. Mr. Speaker, there was a complete lack of coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana, signaling the highest level of incompetence in the management of our economy. Mr. Speaker, in the face of all this dire inheritance bequeathed by the Kufuor Bawumia administration, the government of President John Dramani Mahama made a conscious decision not to make excuses, but to reset our country. We chose the path of structural reforms and transformation. We set out to reset our economy, restore good governance, and policy credibility. We renewed our social contract with the Ghanaian people and redefined national priorities by being deliberate in both our policy choices and approach to economic management. At the very onset, we organized a national economic dialogue and a national education forum. Mr. Speaker, we held direct engagement with key groups and stakeholders, including market women, trade unions, youth organizations, and traditional leaders. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that clear policy measures were outlined in the 2025 budget presented to this House in March this year. In our new economic model, Mr. Speaker, we tightened fiscal discipline without compromising social spending. Right, Honorable Speaker, the recent IMF Executive Board affirms this new economic management model, noting that faced with large policy slippage and reform delays at end 2024, the new NDC administration had taken bold corrective actions to maintain the program on track. Right, Honorable Speaker, the IMF further noted that these corrective actions, combined with continuous structural reforms and an improved external sector, are expected to result in economic stability, resilience, and inclusive growth. Mr. Speaker, we streamlined and increased investment in education, health, agriculture, and infrastructure, as well as employment. In fulfillment of our major manifesto pledge, we established the Ghana Gold Board through Act 1140 to accumulate foreign exchange to support the stability of the Ghana cedi. We have restored coordination between the Ministry of Finance and the Bank of Ghana to ensure a cohesive and integrated approach to economic policymaking across relevant institutions. Mr. Speaker, in less than 200 days, we have brought back clarity, certainty, stability, and purpose to our economic policy direction. Right Honorable Speaker, we have made significant progress. The signs of recovery are obvious, evident, noticeable, visible, tangible, and they are being felt. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's fiscal position has significantly improved. The primary balance on commitment basis posted a surplus of 11.1% of GDP at the end of June 2025, beating the ambitious 0.4% surplus target for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, the overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was 0.7% of GDP, outperforming the target of 1.8% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, inflation has reduced significantly from 23.8% at the end of December 2024 to 13.7% at the end of June 2025. Mr. Speaker, it's important to note that this is the lowest since December 2021 and marks 6 months of continuous decline. Interest rates are declining with a drastic drop in Treasury bill rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced from 27.73 in December 2024 to 14.73 in June 2025, a decline of over 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 182-day T-bill rate has reduced from 28.43% in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025, a decline of another 1,300 basis points. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day T-bill rate has also reduced from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025, marking a decline of over 1,400 basis points. Gross international reserves has significantly improved, Mr. Speaker. The Bank of Ghana accumulated $11.12 billion, covering 4.8 months of import at the end of June 2025. And this compares to $8.98 billion, covering a 4 month of import as at end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, the Ghana cedi has demonstrated exceptional resilience and strength in recent months. At the end of June 2025, the Ghana cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% against the euro. This is a significant reversal compared to the same period in 2024 when the cedi depreciated by 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% respectively. Mr. Speaker, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the year 2022, 2023, and 2024. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us to note that it is the first time that this level of appreciation has been recorded in the 60 years history of the Ghana cedi. Rating agencies, which once classified our sovereign creditworthiness as junk, are beginning to upgrade our ratings. Fitch Ratings upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B- with a stable outlook from restricted default on the 17th of June 2025. The IMF program is back on track with the successful conclusion of the fourth review by the IMF Executive Board on the 7th of July 2025, which immediately triggered the disbursement of $367 million United States dollars. Right Honorable Speaker, beyond the numbers, this is a story of sound leadership, better economic management, and a restoration of hope to a nation once in despair. Let me, on behalf of the President John Mahama, sincerely thank the people of Ghana for their trust, patience, and continued support. We do not take your sacrifice for granted. Mr. Speaker, this government did not come to simply manage the decline. We came to reverse it and reset our country. The gains of these first 6 months are just the beginning. Mr. Speaker, these early successes only encourages us to stay the focus, stay disciplined, and continue to do more for the people of Ghana. There is still a long road ahead, but our steps are now steadier. Our direction clearer, and the national spirit has been lifted with the gradual restoration of hope in our democracy. We have moved from promises to purpose, from ineptitude to action, and from distress to relief. Mr. Speaker, we have established policy credibility and restored credit worthiness. Right Honorable Speaker, the rest of my presentation will focus on 4 areas: macroeconomic performance for the first 6 months of 2025, the status of Ghana's debt restructuring, and the status of implementation of key government programs. Before I conclude, macroeconomic performance, Mr. Speaker, for January to June 2025. Mr. Speaker, the first half of 2025 has demonstrated our government commitment to economic recovery. Through prudent fiscal management, sound monetary policies, effective structural reforms, and strategic investment, we are laying a solid foundation for sustainable growth and shared prosperity. To put the assessment of the economy in the first half of 2025 in a proper perspective, it will be useful to restate the ambitious yet attainable macroeconomic target we set for ourselves for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, we set for ourselves an overall real GDP growth of at least 4%, non-oil real GDP growth of at least 4.8%, end-year inflation rate of at least 11.9%, primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, and gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import cover. Right Honorable Speaker, I now take you to the real sector. Mr. Speaker, despite global economic uncertainties, Ghana's economy demonstrated robust growth. In the first half of 2025, the economy expanded by 5.3%, up from 4.9% in the same period of 2024, marking the highest first quarter growth since 2020. The agriculture sector led this growth with a remarkable 6.6% increase, about 3 times the growth in the first quarter of 2024. The agriculture sector growth contributed 26.4% of the overall first quarter growth. The fishing subsector grew the most at 16.4%. Mr. Speaker, the service sector constituting the largest share of the economy of 46.8% grew by 5.9% and contributed 47.9% to the overall first quarter growth, with information and communication technology leading the growth in the sector at 13.1%. Industry grew by 3.4% in the first quarter of 2025, contributing 20.6% to the overall first quarter growth. Manufacturing also posted an impressive growth of 6.6%. Right Honorable Speaker, non-oil GDP growth, the real sector, also picked up strongly, growing at 6.8% in the first quarter of 2025, compared to the growth rate of 4.3% in the same period in 2024. Importantly, Mr. Speaker, the non-oil GDP growth is the highest since 2018. It is expected that with the introduction of our 24-hour economy policy, the Big Push program, and the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program, the GDP growth will be sustained and possibly exceed the target of 4% for the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to prices. Right Honorable Speaker, we pledge to pursue the following to reduce inflation. We pledge to implement aggressive fiscal consolidation drive aimed at reducing the fiscal deficit and borrowing. Mr. Speaker, we pledge to stabilize the exchange rate to reduce inflation on items that rely on the exchange rate for pricing, such as fuel, transportation, imported sugar, rice, and cooking oil. We pledge to implement policies that target items with large weight in the CPI basket, such as transportation and utilities, to reduce their prices. We also pledge to implement, through the Bank of Ghana, to implement an appropriate monetary policy stance and use its liquidity management interventions to support the disinflation process. And finally, Mr. Speaker, we pledge to implement agriculture for economic transformation agenda to reduce food inflation. Mr. Speaker, it is instructive to know that these intentional policies announced in the 2025 budget to tame inflation are yielding massive results. Inflation pressures have eased significantly. The drastic fall in inflation is not by chance or sheer luck, but as a result of hard work and deliberate government policies. Mr. Speaker, consumer price inflation has reduced from 23.8% in December 2024 to 13.7% in June 2025. This represents a massive 10.1 percentage point decline. Similarly, producer price inflation saw a sharp decline from 26.1% in December 2024 to 5.9% in June 2025, representing a steep decline of 20.2 percentage points in just 6 months. So, Speaker, food inflation declined from 27.8% in December 2024 to 16.3% in June 2025, representing an encouraging 11.5 percentage point reduction. Non-food inflation also declined from 20.3% in December 2024 to 11.4% in June 2025, representing 8.9 percentage point reduction. Inflation for locally produced goods and services declined from 26.4% in December 2024 to 14% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, inflation for imported items decreased from 18% in December 2024 to 12.5% in June 2025. These improvements are reflective of the effective fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, strong central bank reserves, and the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, with this trend, we are focused and determined to achieve our end December 2025 inflation target of 11.9% ahead of schedule. Mr. Speaker, let me assure this House and the people of Ghana that things can only get better in the coming days. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to interest rate movement. Interest rates have declined, reflecting improved macro conditions. Mr. Speaker, the 91-day Treasury bill rate has reduced by 13 percentage points from 27.7% in December 2024 to 14.7% in June 2025. Similar trends were observed in the 182 days and the 364 days bills. The 182-day Treasury bill rate decreased by 13.1 percentage points from 28.43 in December 2024 to 15.34 in June 2025. The 364 Treasury bill rate also declined by 14.19 percentage points from 29.95 in December 2025 to 15.76 in June 2025. The average lending rate decreased from 30.3% in December 2024 to 27% in June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ghana reference rate fell from 29.31% in December 2024 to 24.0% in June 2025. So, Speaker, things can only get better. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have indeed saved 4.9 billion Ghana cedis on domestic interest payment as at end June 2025 due to our prudent debt management policy. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to fiscal performance. Mr. Speaker, our fiscal discipline has yielded the needed and remarkable results so far. We have delivered below target deficit on both cash and commitment basis. We have delivered a greater than anticipated primary surplus, the core fiscal anchor. We have delivered a strong expenditure and commitment control. We have delivered robust tax revenue performance. Mr. Speaker, provisional data shows that the primary balance on commitment basis, the fiscal anchor, as at end June 2025, recorded a surplus of 1.1% of GDP, surpassing the target surplus of 0.4% of GDP set for the same period. The overall fiscal deficit on commitment basis was a deficit of 0.7% of GDP, better than the deficit target of 1.8% of GDP. Mr. Speaker, on cash basis, the overall balance recorded a deficit of 1.1% of GDP. This is significantly better than the projected deficit target of 2.4% of GDP. The primary balance on cash basis turned surplus at 0.7% of GDP against a projected deficit of 0.2% of GDP. The non-oil tax revenue, net, exceeded target by about 787 million Ghana cedis. Corporate income tax exceeded target by 555.3 million, representing 2.9% above target. Mineral royalties exceeded its target by 143 million. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately, import duties fell short of target by 1.6 billion. Expenditures were contained at 109.7 billion Ghana cedis, or 7.8% of GDP. This was 14.3% below the program amount of 128 billion, or 9.1% of GDP, reflecting strong expenditure control. Mr. Speaker, primary expenditure on non-interest expenditure on commitment basis amounted to 84.3 billion, or 6.0% of GDP. This is an improvement of about 13.3 billion over the target of 97.5 billion, which is 7% of our GDP. Mr. Speaker, interest payment amounted to 25.4 billion, which is 1.8% of GDP. This is below the target of 30.5 billion, which is 2.2% of GDP. And this was mainly due to lower domestic interest payment. Domestic interest payment amounted to 21.6 billion against a target of 26.5 billion, representing a reduction of 4.9 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of lower than planned domestic borrowing and the decline in the T-bill rates. Mr. Speaker, external interest payment amounted to 3.8 billion Ghana cedis against a target of 4 billion, due mainly to the appreciation of the Ghana cedis. Other expenditure, mainly comprising energy sector levies, transfers and energy sector payment shortfalls, amounted to 11.4 billion Ghana cedis, or 8% of GDP. This was 12.7% below the target of 13.1, or 0.9% of GDP for the same period. Right Honorable Speaker, arrest clearance amounted to 4.8 billion Ghana cedis. It is important to know that there was no build-up in arrest payable during the period under review, signaling strong commitment control and fiscal discipline. Mr. Speaker, we are very different from our friends that decided to flee from this chamber. Mr. Speaker, the deficit was largely financed from domestic sources, with net domestic financing of 13.1 billion, well below the 18.7 billion target. The net foreign financing was 2.8 billion, mostly from the utilization of the 4.5 billion IMF disbursement. So, Speaker, between 1st of January to 6th of January, the IMF disbursement of 4.5 billion was spent before the Mahama administration took office, just in 6 days. Mr. Speaker, project loan disbursement was 2.4 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, even though Ghana is relying on the domestic market for financing, we have borrowed less than we planned, signifying strong expenditure control and fiscal discipline. Right Honorable Speaker, this is a strong signal to the investor community and all stakeholders that the needed fiscal consolidation is happening here in Ghana, and it will be sustained. Right Honorable Speaker, Ghana is back on the international scene. Mr. Speaker, exchange rate development. Right Honorable Speaker, government commitment to implement the following measures, committed to implement the following measures to stabilize the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, we committed to establish the Ghana Gold Board to enhance the generation and accumulation of foreign exchange to support the stability of our currency. Mr. Speaker, we committed to pursue strong fiscal consolidation through the reduction in public sector spending and the fiscal deficit to reduce the pressures on the exchange rate. Mr. Speaker, the Bank of Ghana also committed to implement appropriate FX forward auction
to support the stability of the city. And Mr. Speaker, finally, we committed that the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program will boost local production and reduce reliance on export. Right Honorable Speaker, let me state emphatically that these deliberate policies announced in the 2025 budget to stabilize the Ghana city are yielding massive results. The results we are witnessing are not by chance. They are the fruits of hard work, discipline, and intentional policies. Mr. Speaker, the city performance in the first half of the year 2025 has been impressive. The Ghana city experienced significant appreciation against all major trading currencies in the first 6 months of 2025. I'm happy to inform the House that our previous record, where the Ghana cedi used to trade against the US dollar at 17, is as at yesterday trading at 10.4. Mr. Speaker, similarly, the Ghana cedi, which was once trading at 21 cedis to the British pound, was trading at 14.1 as at yesterday, 23rd July 2025. Mr. Speaker, as at end June 2025, the cedi appreciated by 42.6% against the US dollar, 30.3% against the British pound, and 25.6% cedi depreciation of 18.6%, 17.9%, and 16.0% against the US dollar, British pound, and the euro. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, so far, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciation in 2022, 2023, and 2024. This level of appreciation has never happened in the history of our country. Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, fellow citizens, Ghana cedi no apeke. Cedi no apeke. Mr. Speaker, these gains are largely due to strong fiscal consolidation, tight monetary policy, improved external sector balance, renewed investor confidence, positive market sentiment, credit rating upgrades, and successfully securing staff-level agreement and subsequently the board-level approval of the fourth review of the IMF program. Right Honorable Speaker, the cedi rebound signals that Ghana's economic foundations are once again beginning to firm up. Sustaining this stability will require continued fiscal discipline, supportive monetary policy, strong liquidity sterilization, robust reserve accumulation, supported by activities of the Ghana Gold Board, and credible implementation of structural reforms. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to the external sector. Right Honorable Speaker, our external sector has shown remarkable improvement in the last 6 months. Gross international reserves reached $11.12 billion by June 2025, covering 4.8 months of imports, up from $8.98 billion in December 2024, equivalent to 4 months of import cover. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, even before the IMF and World Bank disbursement, in fact, without external borrowing, we have added $2.14 billion to the country's gross international reserves. Right Honorable Speaker, trade surplus increased from $1.37 billion in June 2024 to $5.57 billion in June 2024, representing a whopping 306.6% increase just in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, this was driven by strong exports, particularly in gold, cocoa, and controlled imports. Mr. Speaker, the current account surplus improved significantly to a provisional $3.44 billion by June 2025 from $28.11 billion in June 2024. Provisional net capital and financial inflows reached $937.58 million in June 2025, indicating renewed investor confidence. Mr. Speaker, I take you to monetary and the financial sector development. Right Honorable Speaker, Monetary indicators point to a sustained monetary expansion. Credit to the private sector increased by about 31.3% in June 2025. Reserve money growth moderated, and M2 growth remained consistent, supported by increased deposit mobilization and improved net foreign asset. Net domestic asset growth slowed, while net foreign asset surged, indicating a shift in liquidity drivers towards external inflows. Right, Honorable Speaker, I take you to the recapitalization of the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that I updated this House during the 2025 budget presentation on the restructuring and recapitalization of the National Investment Bank, our NIB, as one of the critical reforms in the financial sector that should have been delivered in 2024. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, after spending a whopping 30.3 billion in the so-called financial sector cleanup exercise, the previous NPP administration left NIB in dire straits with a capital adequacy ratio of a negative 53.13% by end of June 2024. Mr. Speaker, we have successfully, Right Honorable Speaker, President Mahama and the NDC have successfully recapitalized the National Investment Bank by implementing an ambitious and credible plan to return NIB to profitability and sustainability. Mr. Speaker, we have taken the following steps. Right Honorable Speaker, we have injected a total cash of 450 million Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, we also issued remarkable bonds with face value of 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to the National Investment Bank. Mr. Speaker, we transferred 500 million Government of Ghana shares in the Nestle Ghana Limited to the National Investment Bank. Right Honorable Speaker, these transfers have significantly improved the capital adequacy ratio from negative 53.13% at the end of December 2024 to a positive 23% in May 2025. Mr. Speaker, by taking these major steps, we have preserved depositors' fund valued at 6.4 billion Ghana cedis. We have also saved over 900 direct jobs at the National Investment Banks. So, Speaker, we have preserved an indigenous Ghanaian bank. But, Mr. Speaker, let me say this. Unlike the previous administration, we chose to spend to save a bank than spend to collapse a bank. Right Honorable Speaker, we have also prepared a forward-looking, overarching restructuring plan for the National Investment Bank to put the bank on a sustainable path of profitability. The plan also aims to enhance board independence and objectivity, strengthen risk management, promote accountability and transparency, prevent insider dominance, and improve strategic decision-making. So, Speaker, this plan will, among others, strengthen corporate governance framework and systems, improve enterprise risk management and controls, establish a modern business model, revamp operational strategy, improve financial performance, institute and enhance supervisory measures, and eventually we will list the NIB on the Ghana Stock Exchange. Right Honorable Speaker, NIB now has a total paid-up capital of 3.4 billion Ghana cedis and a capital adequacy ratio of 23%. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the President, I want to use this opportunity to assure the people of Ghana and depositors that our indigenous bank, the National Investment Bank, is now prime for business. More importantly, Mr. Speaker, NIB is back. NIB is now liquid. NIB is now safe. NIB is fully capitalized. Mr. Speaker, we therefore encourage all and sundry to do business with the revitalized National Investment Bank, NIB. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to credit ratings. Credit ratings. Mr. Speaker, the progress we are making in our economic reforms and debt restructuring effort has been recognized internationally. On the 16th of June 2025, Fitch rating upgraded Ghana's long-term foreign currency issuer default rating to B-, with a stable outlook from restricted default, the first time since 2021. Fitch cited significant exchange rate appreciation, declining debt levels, strong nominal GDP growth, increased reserve accumulation, and normalized relationship with external creditors as key drivers. Right, Honorable Speaker, to sustain these gains, we will, among others, do the following. We'll maintain fiscal discipline through continued implementation of prudent policies to promote fiscal and debt sustainability. We will continue the aggressive revenue mobilization by strengthening tax collection systems and broadening the tax base to increase domestic revenue without overburdening the citizens. So, Speaker, we will accelerate structural reforms in public financial management, including transparency and accountability measures to improve efficiency and reduce corruption. The Speaker will strengthen monetary policy framework, and the Central Bank will lead this to complement the effort that we are doing. Mr. Speaker, we will diversify the economy through investment in sectors beyond traditional export to reduce the vulnerability to commodity price shocks and continue to maintain strong relationship with our international financial institutions and development partners to support ongoing reforms and assess technical assistance. So, Speaker, it's expected that other rating agencies, namely S&P and Moody's, will follow suit, given the remarkable progress we are making in ensuring economic stability and promoting inclusive growth. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is just the beginning. We are determined to do better than B-. Ghana indeed deserves better than B-. Right, Honorable Speaker, I now take you to fiscal policies and give you an update. The Speaker, I start with VAT reforms. The Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, we reaffirmed our commitment to the people of Ghana and the business community to undertake comprehensive value-added tax reforms this year. These reforms are aimed at addressing the distortions and cascading effect inherent in the current VAT structure. To support this effort, we also committed to seeking technical assistance from the International Monetary Fund, the IMF, and engage the people of Ghana. So, Speaker, I'm pleased to report that we have successfully completed our engagement with the IMF. Currently, the Ghana Revenue Authority, together with the Ministry of Finance, is undertaking a nationwide consultation process to sensitize key players in the trade and business sector on the VAT reform and solicit feedback from them. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance hopes to complete this process by September 2025, prepare a new VAT bill by October 2025, and submit same to Parliament as part of the 2026 budget statement. Mr. Speaker, I would like to reassure the people of Ghana that at the minimum, the following will happen as part of the VAT Act. Amendment Bill. Mr. Speaker, COVID levy will be abolished. The effective VAT rate will be reduced. The punitive cascading effect of the GET Fund and NHIS levy will be removed. VAT flat rate will be removed. And a unified VAT rate will be implemented. The VAT registration threshold will be increased to exempt small and micro businesses, and compliance will be improved through public education, awareness creation, and the introduction of fiscal electronic devices will be deployed. So, Speaker, I now take you to expenditure measures as part of the fiscal. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the fiscal consolidation strategy, we have taken measures to sanitize public sector payroll and rid it of ghost names. Subsequently, we engaged the Ghana Audit Service to undertake a nationwide payroll audit across all 16 regions of the country. The Speaker, the Audit Service has completed 91% of the payroll audit. So far, the Audit Service has not been able to identify or verify over 14,000 workers. Mr. Speaker, again, they have identified 53,311 separated staff on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, separated staffs are staff who are either on retirement, reassigned, terminated, or are on leave without pay or deceased and yet remain on government payroll. Mr. Speaker, the audit service expects to recover a minimum of 150.4 million of unearned salary from the separated staff over 2023 and 2024 period alone. Right, Honorable Speaker, going forward, we will enforce the monthly payroll validation process and strictly apply sanctions to all who validate ghosts for payment of salaries. Mr. Speaker, let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public fund. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. Let me use this opportunity to strongly caution those who validate ghosts across the public service that they will be personally liable for the loss of public funds. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance will continue to monitor this payroll and put in place measures to prevent ghosts on the payroll going forward. Mr. Speaker, I now give you an update on the arrears payable audit that we did. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget, we announced the launch of an audit of arrears and payables as at end December 2024. The Ghana Audit Service partnered with EY and PwC to undertake this audit. Mr. Speaker, the audit service was tasked to audit and validate 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, 68.7 billion Ghana cedis. So far, Mr. Speaker, 87% of the audit has been completed. Results show so far are as follows. Mr. Speaker, a total of 28.3 billion Ghana cedis has been validated for payment. Mr. Speaker, 27.3 billion is pending validation as we speak. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 3.6 billion Ghana cedis has been rejected because of errors, duplication, and non-compliance with PFM and procurement rules. Mr. Speaker, of this amount, 562.6 million is without adequate supporting document. Mr. Speaker, the outcome of this audit will blow your mind. Blow your mind. Mr. Speaker, the audit is expected to be completed by end of August 2025. Once finalized, we will update the House on the findings and outcomes. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on the IMF program. Update on the IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana remains on track on the implementation of the IMF program. A staff-level agreement was reached during the fourth review mission in April 2025, and we received executive board approval on the 7th of July 2025. This unlocked $367 million disbursement, bringing the total disbursement under this program to $2.3 billion. The fifth review, which is scheduled for September 2025, will be based on June 2025 data. Mr. Speaker, I'm comfortable that Ghana is on course to achieve most of the target for the fifth review. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to public debt development. Public debt development. Right, Honorable Speaker, our commitment to fiscal discipline, through prudent debt management and exchange rate appreciation has resulted in a significant improvement in Ghana's debt profile. Public debt reduced from 726.7 billion as at end December 2024 to 613 billion as at end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt reduced by 113.7 billion Ghana cedis in 6 months. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, there is a negative 15.6% rate of debt accumulation. Right, Honorable Speaker, Ghana's public debt to GDP ratio as at end June 2025 was 43.8% from the 61.8% of end December 2024. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's public debt as a percentage of GDP reduced by 18% of GDP in the last 6 months. Ghana's foreign debt as a percentage of total public debt declined from 57.4% as at end December 2024 to 49% by end June 2025. Mr. Speaker, this has significantly improved Ghana's debt sustainability. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to update on debt restructuring. Right Honorable Speaker, government remains committed to restructuring our bilateral and commercial debt under the G20 Common Framework. On the 24th of June 2025, the House approved an indicative terms of the Memorandum of Understanding between Ghana and Official Creditors Committee. On behalf of His Excellency the President, I wish to thank this House for swift action which has enabled Ghana to begin negotiation for the signing of bilateral agreement with each of the creditor countries. We are ready to sign the agreement with two countries as at tomorrow. Mr. Speaker, it is expected that 4 agreements will be signed by close of tomorrow. First will sign with France, and the second will sign with another country yet to be confirmed. Mr. Speaker, on the commercial debt restructuring, we have signed non-disclosure agreement, NDAs, with some commercial lenders, in line with the government's strong commitment to honoring its debt obligation. We have made 2 debt service payments of about $700 million to our Eurobond holders. Mr. Speaker, on the domestic front, government continues to meet its commitment towards the domestic bondholders. For the first half of 2025, a total of 9.8 billion Ghana cedis was paid to coupons to DDEP bondholders, of which 3.6 billion Ghana cedis was capitalized. Right Honorable Speaker, for non-tendered bondholders, government paid a total of 1.1 billion Ghana cedis. This was the outstanding debt service as at 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the second half of 2025, an amount of 10.2 billion Ghana cedis is due as coupon payment on the DDEP bonds and 724.1 million as debt service for the non-tendered bondholders. It is important to note that government remains committed to honoring its debt service obligation, and therefore, we have made sufficient preparation towards the settlement of this debt, and bondholders should not worry, this amount will be paid in due course. Mr. Speaker, priority project under the restructured bilateral debt. Following Ghana's default on its external debt service obligation on the 19th December 2022, creditors halted disbursement of 55 bilateral projects. This resulted in several uncompleted projects dotted across the country, with a massive $3 billion US in undisbursed loans. The IMF and Official Creditors Committee annual disbursement ceiling of $250 million for official creditors loan implies that it will take 12 good years to fully draw down on the undisbursed loans. Under the MOU with the Official Creditors Committee, the government of Ghana was required to submit a priority list to accommodate the $250 million annual disbursement ceiling. Right Honorable Speaker, during the presentation of the 2025 budget and economic policy of government, I informed this House that we will engage to resolve this challenge. Following the extensive engagement, government has submitted a priority list of 24 projects to the OCC and the IMF. This is expected to trigger resumption of disbursement for projects on the priority list upon the signing of bilateral agreement between Ghana and the creditor countries. We aim to ensure that all the priority projects are completed and commissioned by end 2028. Mr. Speaker, the priority projects are as follows. We are going to build a new bridge across the Volta River at Volivo. Mr. Speaker, the reconstruction of Tema Aflao Road project, phase 1. Tema motorway runabout through Ashiaman runabout to Atimpoku. The construction of 14 pedestrian bridges, Kumasi roads and drainage extension. Mr. Speaker, Power Grant interchange and the secondary Takoradi Township Road, phase 1. Rehabilitation of Domi Kitasi Road, Obichebi Lamte interchange, phase 2. Bogatanga Boko Pomakrom Road, PTC runabout interchange project at Takoradi. construction of drinking water facilities in Wenchi. Secondly, Takoradi water supply, modernization of Komfo Anoche Teaching Hospital, construction of central medical stores in Tema, Efia Nkwanta Regional Hospital in Takoradi, Bogatanga Regional Hospital, establishment of the University of Environment and Sustainable Development at Bonsu, establishment of 9 state-of-the-art technical and vocational education training center, and, Mr. Speaker, integrated e-learning laboratories in senior high schools. Mr. Speaker, that's not all. The expansion and development of existing senior high schools, renewable energy program, pilot photovoltaic system, Mr. Speaker, the renewable energy and energy efficiency program, and the construction of Takoradi Market. Mr. Speaker, finally, the Kumasi Central Market Phase 2. Mr. Speaker, the main criterion for the selection of this project was closeness to completion. As a result, projects which were over 70% complete were given priority. The resumption of disbursement for the project and its associated debt service are fully in line with our commitment under the bilateral debt restructuring and IMF program. Right, Honorable Speaker, there's no room for an increase in scope for any of the projects on the priority list as agreed upon at the IMF and the OCC. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, there is no room for any increase in scope for work for any of the projects on the priority list agreed upon with the IMF and the Official Creditors Committee. Implementing agencies must take note and comply accordingly. Mr. Speaker, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 stalled projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Mr. Speaker, sadly, it has come to the attention of the Ministry of Finance that a number of contractors implementing some of these 55 projects have drawn down on the loans with no work done to match the amount drawn down. Again, some contractors have submitted additional costs in excess of what Parliament approved. The Ministry of Finance has accordingly commissioned a forensic audit into this project. Mr. Speaker, we will apprise the House when this audit is completed. And Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, the Auditor General is the one doing this forensic audit in partnership with some of the Big Four. Update on sinking fund. Mr. Speaker, in the 2025 budget statement, government announced that it will commence the operationalization of Section 37 to 44 of the Public Financial Management Act, Act 921, as amended, to build sufficient buffers in the sinking fund for prompt redemption of specified loans obligations of government. Mr. Speaker, government has set up a CD sinking fund account and US dollar sinking fund account. Beginning August 2025, the Ministry of Finance will commence the building of cash buffers to support the repayment of Ghana's domestic debt service obligation relating to the domestic debt exchange program bonds, which will fall due in the year 2027, 2028, and even 2026. Mr. Speaker, the CD sinking fund will specifically target the redemption and debt service harms in 2026 of 20 billion US dollars, Ghana cedis, for the year 2026, 50.3 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2027, and 45.75 billion Ghana cedis for the year 2025. Similarly, the US dollar sinking fund account will also target Eurobond redemption, which will fall due from 2026 of 1.45 billion US dollars, 1.17 billion US dollars in 2027, and 1.14 billion US dollars in the year 2028. Mr. Speaker, the implementation of the sinking fund will provide a reliable buffers that ensures timely and predictable redemption of designated public debt obligation. This structured approach to debt service will enhance investor confidence and contribute to long-term debt sustainability of our dear country. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to Government of Ghana's liability management operations. Mr. Speaker, government has begun an implementation of an effective and efficient liability management program to reduce embedded risk on debt portfolio. Our liability management operation will, 1, reduce debt service costs and mitigate refinancing or rollover risk, extend maturities to alleviate near-term financing pressures, Mr. Speaker, to optimize the debt portfolio by rebalancing the mix of short-term versus long-term instruments and strengthen market confidence. Under our liability management operations, Mr. Speaker, we will analyze the domestic bond market to assess suitability for bonds buybacks. We will carefully sequence issuance of benchmark securities and prioritize longer dated tenor to establish a stable yield curve. Mr. Speaker, I take you to primary dealers and bond market specialist system as we inherited. Mr. Speaker, our debt management strategy is to use treasury bills for cash management purposes only. We intend to reopen the domestic bond market to finance the budget deficit. The reopening of the domestic bond market will aim at creating a more competitive primary market that can deliver the volume and pricing to enable the government lower its borrowing costs. Mr. Speaker, beginning August 2025, we will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, for emphasis, beginning 2025 August, the government of Ghana will commence the selection of new book runners to assist government in the reopening of the domestic bond market. Mr. Speaker, the selection of book runners will focus on banks and investment dealers with the ability to achieve a wider market distribution and advice on pricing and structuring. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revise macroeconomic framework. Mr. Speaker, macroeconomic target. Economic development in the first half of the year do not warrant a revision to the macroeconomic target and the appropriations bill. Mr. Speaker, I am not asking for additional money from the Appropriations Act. We maintain the following macroeconomic target for 2025. 1, overall GDP growth at least 4.0%. At least. Non-oil GDP growth of at least 4.8%. End-year inflation rate of 11.9%. Primary balance on commitment basis at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. And gross international reserves covering not less than 3 months of import. Mr. Speaker, although we have made significant progress, we are cautiously optimistic. Right, Honorable Speaker. Despite maintaining our macroeconomic target for 2025, including the primary balance on commitment basis of a surplus of 1.5% of GDP, we are revising both revenue and expenditure projections to reflect the impact of the additional revenue from the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2025, Act 1141. Revisions to revenue. Right, Honorable Speaker. As a result, total revenue and grant has been revised upwards from the 2025 budget target of 227.1 billion to 229.9 billion, or from 16.2% of GDP to 16.4% of GDP. This represents a nominal increase of 1.3%. Mr. Speaker, the additional revenue of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis will come from the increase in revenues from the amendment to the Energy Sector Levies Act. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to revisions to expenditures. Mr. Speaker, total expenditure on commitment basis has been revised downwards from 269.5 billion from the original budget projection of 270.9 billion Ghana cedis. However, primary expenditures has been revised upwards to 209.6 billion from the original budget projection of 206 0.8 billion Ghana cedis. This upward adjustment reflects an increase in the allocation to support energy sector payment. Mr. Speaker, interest payments have been revised downwards by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis from the original budget projection of 64.1 billion to 59.9 billion cedis. Right Honorable Speaker, domestic interest has been revised downwards by 5.1 billion Ghana cedis, mainly on account of gains from the reduction in the treasury bill rate as a result of the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. However, external interest payments have been revised upwards by 795 million to make additional provision for debt service due on post-cutoff date disbursement made by our bilateral creditors since 2023. Mr. Speaker, energy sector payments have also been revised upwards by 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to provision for fuel purchases for power generation. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to overall balance and financing. Right Honorable Speaker, notwithstanding the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the primary balance on commitment basis remains unchanged at a surplus of 1.5% of GDP. Based on the revisions to revenue and expenditure, the following fiscal balance on cash basis improves from a deficit of 4.1% of GDP to 3.8% of GDP. I mean the fiscal balance. The overall fiscal balance on commitment basis improves from a deficit of 3.1% to 2.8%, and the projected annual borrowing needs of government reduced by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Simple put, we will be borrowing less by 4.3 billion Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, risk to 2025 budget, risk to the 2025 fiscal framework. Mr. Speaker, despite the robust fiscal performance, there are some underlying risks which pose a threat to the 2025 fiscal framework. The risks are as follows: shortfalls in customs revenue, smuggling of marine gas oil, mounting wage pressures, and pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, I'll take them one by one. Customs revenue. Right Honorable Speaker, customs revenue recorded a significant shortfall of 1.6 billion, even though the overall revenue is doing well, representing 12.7% reduction from the first half of 2025. This performance is attributed to systemic revenue leakage at key customs collection points, particularly the Tema port and the smuggling of goods across our land borders. Mr. Speaker, these developments pose risk to the attainment of our revenue target for the year 2025. To mitigate these risks, government is implementing the following measures to address the existing operational challenges to safeguard revenue. 1, we will adopt the use of artificial intelligence, AI, to minimize human interference in revenue assessment, supporting the validation of the country of origin, as well as the accuracy of classification and valuation of imported goods. Mr. Speaker, we are rolling out advanced cargo information system to ensure that the Ghana Port and Harbours Authority, GPHA, and the Ghana Revenue Authority, the GRA, receives comprehensive shipment detail at least 24 hours prior to vessel departure from the port of origin. Mr. Speaker, this will enable pre-arrival risk assessment, reduce the need for documentation amendment, and facilitate more accurate and timely duty assessment. We will also be implementing a robust anti-smuggling surveillance program targeting both inland and maritime borders. And to those at Sankase, we are coming after you. Mr. Speaker, reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat this. We will be reviewing the institutional setup of Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, including staff mobility, to facilitate the decentralization of customs operations. Mr. Speaker, operational risk assessment to enhance transparency and accountability of staff will be enhanced. Now I will take you to the smuggling of marine gas oil, MGO. Right Honorable Speaker, tax exemptions on marine gas oil was introduced to support non-artisanal fishing fleet operating from Ghana. Over the years, the tax exemptions have created incentive to abuse and smuggling of MGO onto the open market, resulting in revenue losses estimated at nearly $500 million Ghana cedis every year. The government will withdraw the tax exemption to curb smuggling and stem the erosion of tax revenue, thereby reducing the fiscal risk to the 2025 budget. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to wages and salary, which happens to be the third risk to the budget. Right Honorable Speaker, we have seen some significant pressures on the compensation budget for the first half of 2025, mainly emanating from wages and salaries. Wages and salaries exceeded the target by 1.3 billion Ghana cedis for the first 6 months of the year. Mr. Speaker, the wage pressures were largely driven by last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous MPP administration in the last quarter of 2024, especially in the areas of education, health, and security sector. Mr. Speaker, let me repeat. The wage pressures we are largely seeing are driven by the last-minute recruitment undertaken by the previous government in the last quarter of 2024, especially in areas of education, health, and the security sector. In addition, ad hoc reviews of conditions of service undertaken in previous years have distorted the single spine pay policy and further burdened the public wage. Mr. Speaker, the government is implementing the following measures to address this challenge. Number one, we'll conduct regular nationwide staff payroll audit to sanitize the payroll. Mr. Speaker, we'll be realigning all staff from overstaffed areas and defunct MDAs to areas with critical staffing needs. Right Honorable Speaker, we'll finalize the process for the establishment of the Independent Emolument Committee as part of the broader effort to reform and reset public sector pay. And finally, we will issue an executive directive mandating all MDAs to seek approval from the Minister of Finance or the Ministry of Finance before making any commitment with financial implications on the payroll. Mr. Speaker, pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Pricing and award of contract in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, pricing of goods and services and award of contract in foreign currency pose significant risk to fiscal management, with severe implications for the stability of our Ghana city. Unfortunately, foreign currencies are becoming the means of transacting business in Ghana. This trend, if not checked, will erode the confidence in our currency, drive inflation, and result in the loss of value in the symbol of our sovereignty. Mr. Speaker, to curb this unfortunate development, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of fund, should be denominated in foreign currency. Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker. To curb this unfortunate development, President John Dramani Mahama has directed that beginning today, 24th of July 2025, no contract awarded by government, irrespective of source of funding, should be denominated in foreign currency. Mr. Speaker, we also want to use this opportunity to remind the public that per the Foreign Exchange Act 2006, Act 723, companies, institutions, and individuals are prohibited from pricing, advertising, receipting, or making payment for goods and services in foreign currencies in Ghana without prior written approval from the Bank of Ghana. Right Honorable Speaker, I will take you to key policy initiatives. Mr. Speaker, I now present updates on key policy initiatives outlined in the 2025 budget. Right Honorable Speaker, since its establishment in April 2025, the Ghana Gold Board has initiated reforms to licensing regime that governs the local gold trading sector and introduce new aggregation system to effectively mop up gold from artisanal small-scale mining sector across the country. These measures have already yielded tangible economic benefits within the short period of operation of the Ghana Gold Board. In the first half of 2025 alone, gold export from the small-scale sector stood at 51.5 tons with an export value of approximately $5 billion. This figure far exceeds the 26.4 tons, which are with an export value of $1.8 billion from the small-scale mining sector over the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, simple put, gold export in tons from the small-scale mining sector for the first half of 2025 recorded about 100% increase over what was recorded in the year 2024. Similarly, the value of gold export from small-scale mining increased by about 180% for the first half of 2025 over that of the same period in 2024. Mr. Speaker, for the first time in Ghana's history, gold export from small-scale mining sector have exceeded gold export from large-scale sector. Mr. Speaker, the substantial foreign exchange inflows from the gold board operations in the artisanal small-scale mining sector have significantly strengthened our reserves, improved our balance of payment, and provided critical support for the Ghana city. Mr. Speaker, this tells a story of a country which has been denied the full benefit of its gold resources, a story of a country where illegal gold trade and smuggling have been allowed to fester to the detriment of the well-being of the people. Right, Honorable Speaker. On the 8th of July 2025, His Excellency President John Mahama inaugurated a task force to tackle illegal gold trade and smuggling. I also want to use this opportunity as the Sector Minister to reiterate that the government of President Mahama would deal ruthlessly with anyone found engaging in illegal trade and smuggling, as these nation-wrecking activities sabotage the progress of our country. Mr. Speaker, I also want to reiterate the point that no one should come to us and beg because we will not spare you. Mr. Speaker, the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program deserves some update. Mr. Speaker, earlier this month, President Mahama officially launched the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program, Ghana's ambitious and integrated strategy to boost production, create sustainable jobs, and modernize our economy. The 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program represent a national reset aimed at reducing import dependence, expanding domestic production, improving market access, and building a competitive, skilled workforce for a dynamic economy. Right, Honorable Speaker, the anchor of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program is the Volta Economic Corridor, a transformational project to unlock the vast economic and environmental potential of the Volta Lake and its surrounding lands. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor revives and expands on Dr. Kwame Nkrumah's original vision of the Volta project as a hub for agro-industry, trade and transport, now reimagined to fit today's economic reality and regional opportunities. Mr. Speaker, the Volta Economic Corridor will be executed through the following pillars of the 24-hour economy and accelerated export development program. Right, Honorable Speaker. Grow 24 will irrigate 2 million hectares of farmlands for year-round farming instead of the traditional seasonal farming. Right, Honorable Speaker. Make 24 will establish agro-industrial parks for textiles, pharmaceuticals, and food processing. The Speaker, Show 24 will develop tourism clusters and hospitality hubs along the Volta Lake. And Connect 24 will turn the lake into a major inland transport route, cutting haulage costs and linking northern, southern, eastern, and western Ghana. Mr. Speaker, to support this transformative program, the Ministry of Finance will, in the 2026 budget, outline targeted incentives for the Volta Economic Corridor. These measures will be carefully designed to attract private capital, drive enterprise growth, and create decent, well-paying jobs. The Speaker, for emphasis, the Ministry of Finance will, as part of the 2026 budget, outline a targeted incentive for the Volta Economic Corridor. Right, Honorable Speaker, the government will only facilitate and not dominate this ambitious growth goal. The Speaker, I now take you to the big push. Right, Honorable Speaker, as part of the 2025 budget, we announced the commencement of the Big Push program, a flagship initiative of President John Dramani Mahama for massive infrastructure development. Since then, the President has dedicated all Big Push budgetary allocation for the next 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and I mean all Big Push allocation for the next 2 years to improve road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that Parliament approved that all oil revenue and mineral royalties accrued to the budget were dedicated to the Big Push. As a result, an amount of 13.8 billion Ghana cedis was allocated in the 2025 budget for the Big Push program to be used for road infrastructure. Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Roads and Highways has spent the last 6 months of his time in office touring the whole country to assess firsthand the state of our roads. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Roads and Highways has undertaken studies and prepared comprehensive engineering interventions and cost estimates for roads projects across the program, across the country for the Big Push program. Right, Honorable Speaker, the Ministry of Finance has since issued commencement authorization for the following road infrastructure projects under the Big Push program. The Speaker, these are the following Big Push projects as approved by the Ministry of Finance. The Speaker, number 1, the construction of a new bridge on the Oti River at Dambai. Number 2, rehabilitation of Wahan Road. 3, upgrading of Tumu Hamile Road. 4, upgrading of Tumu Han Laura Road. 5, reconstruction of Navrongo Tumu Road. 6, rehabilitation of Techiman Nkonsia Wenchi Road. 7, rehabilitation of Wenchi Sola Road. 8, Mr. Speaker, construction of Sunyane Outer Ring Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Kumase Outer Ring Road, Eastern Quadrant. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Bintri Napanduri Road. Mr. Speaker, the rehabilitation of Dodo Pepeso and Kwanta Road. Rehabilitation of Achimpoku Esukuma Junction Road. Rehabilitation of Esukuma Junction to Enyinawase Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, Enyinawase to Ho Titrenu Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading the Akosombo Jakiti Kudikope Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be upgrading Esukuma to Enumbuso to Parliament Road. Mr. Speaker, Adome Bridge to Akomufre Road. We'll be upgrading Ho to Petoi Road. Mr. Speaker, rehabilitation of Petoi to Afiadenyamepa Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Penny to Aflao Road. We will be dualizing Winneba to Mankesim Road. We'll be dualizing Cape Coast to Takrade Road. We'll be rehabilitating Mankesim Ejumako to Aguna Swedro Road. Mr. Speaker, we'll be rehabilitating Tema to Aflao Road. Construction of Dodowa to Afenya Dowenya Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, we will be upgrading the Oyibi to Apollonia Afenya Road. Right, Honorable Speaker, we'll be constructing the Enchi to Elubo Road. We'll also be constructing the Dadieso to Akontombra Road. We'll be upgrading the Adwefua to Ose Kojokrom Road. And we will be upgrading the Enchi to Kojoru Penchi Road. And finally, Mr. Speaker, will be upgrading the Bediako Junction, Camp 15 to Sefi, Adobokrom Road. Mr. Speaker, as part of the Big Push program, we have also selected the following abandoned road project for which no dedicated funding was allocated for by the previous administration to be included into the Big Push program. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows: upgrading of Kasua to Winneba Road, rehabilitation of Ofanko to Insawam Road, dual carriage. Right Honorable Speaker, dualization of Takrady to Agona Junction Road. Mr. Speaker, the construction of Swami Interchange and local roads. Mr. Speaker, we'll also be constructing the National Route 18 from Wa to Han Road. And we'll be upgrading the Tumu to Chichiliga to Navrongo, including the construction of 36-meter span reinforced concrete over the Kenyibi River and 24-meter span reinforced concrete over the Bichirunu River. Right Honorable Speaker, we will be reconstructing the Navrongo to Sandema Road. Mr. Speaker, we will be rehabilitating the Tepa to Gosu Road, rehabilitating the Hohoi to Jasikan Road, and we will be rehabilitating Nkwanta to Oti Damanko Road. We will be reconstructing the Have to Hohoi Road, and we will dualize the Adenta Dodowa Road. And Mr. Speaker, to conclude, we will reconstruct the Jenejene to Sampa Road. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with Section 33 of the Public Financial Management Act, and as part of this media fiscal review of the 2025 budget statement and economic policy, I am seeking approval for these multi-year commitments. Mr. Speaker, government has also initiated comprehensive feasibility studies for 4 projects which are currently at various stages of preparation, ensuring detailed assessment of their technical, economic, and environmental viability. Mr. Speaker, the projects are as follows. Project number 1, Accra-Kumasi Expressway on a completely new alignment. Mr. Speaker, Accra Outer Ring Road, Kumasi Outer Ring Road, and Adoso Echi Amanfo Bridge to connect the Afram Prince area. Mr. Speaker, I now take you to reorganization of the Ghana Road Fund. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not all. The government of President John Mahama has also taken a decision to remodel the Ghana Road Fund and refocus it towards road maintenance. As part of this media review, and on behalf of the government, the Minister for Roads and Highways will be laying before this House a new road maintenance trust fund bill. When approved, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund Bill will replace the Ghana Road Fund. Mr. Speaker, the Road Maintenance Trust Fund will, among others, provide for a new governance architecture, provide a formula for a fairer allocation of resources, and introduce more transparency in the utilization of road fund levy and others. Mr. Speaker, government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. Right Honorable Speaker, the government has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. In response, we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these 166 constituencies across the country. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, Right Honorable Speaker, the President Mahama administration has identified 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure. we have programmed to rehabilitate 10 kilometers of roads annually in each of these constituencies. Mr. Speaker, this translates to about 5,000 kilometers of road to be constructed in these 166 constituencies in dire need of road infrastructure over the next 3 years. So, Speaker, simple put, over the next 3 years, we'll be building 5,000 kilometers of road in these 166 constituencies. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased to inform this House that we have paid all nursing and teacher training allowances from January to June 2025. Right, Honorable Speaker, from the end of this month, July 2025, all nursing and teacher trainees will receive their allowances promptly at the end of every single month. Mr. Speaker, I'll now move to the conclusion. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, right, Honorable Speaker, I conclude this media fiscal policy review.
We have other business. It's not only this one. Please.
Right, Honorable Speaker, I conclude this media fiscal review with renewed hope and optimism. The last 6 months have revealed our enduring spirit, what we can collectively achieve, and our potential to rise from the brink. Upon assumption of office in January this year, we were handed an economy in deep distress, a country with dispirited citizens. Trust and faith in our leaders were at all-time low. The fundamentals were not only weak, but broken. Mr. Speaker, and the misery and suffering were palpable. Mr. Speaker, in just 6 months, in fact, under 200 days, under the decisive leadership of President John Mahama, we have begun to change the story. Mr. Speaker, President Mahama's economic management model is working. The turnaround is in sight. Mr. Speaker, the signs of economic progress are visible and measurable. Mr. Speaker, first quarter economic growth is at 5-year high. Our debt to GDP ratio is at a 5-year low. Mr. Speaker, inflation has declined to a 4-year low. Right, Honorable Speaker, our credit rating has improved from junk to B- with stable outlook, a 2-notch upgrade and a 4-year high. Right, Honorable Speaker, we have almost reversed all the cedi depreciations in the years 2022, 2023, and 2024, with no cedi depreciation in the year 2025. Mr. Speaker, the level of the appreciation of the Ghana cedi has never happened in the history of our nation. Prices of petrol and diesel at the pump have reduced significantly to the benefit of consumers. And the price of sugar, rice, and cooking oil at a 4-year low. Mr. Speaker, the price of 25 kilogram bag of Royal Aroma rice, which used to be sold at 650 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 356 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, the price of a lonka of sugar, which used to be sold for 50 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 44 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. Price of 25 litre of cooking oil, which used to be sold for 980 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 640 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, price of konkonte, 1 sack. Price of konkonte, 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,200 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 950 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, a ton of iron rods, which used to be sold at 9,400 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold at 7,500 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, onions. 1 paint bucket, which used to be sold at 120 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 95 Ghana cedis. Right, Honorable Speaker. POP cement, which used to be sold for 115 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 90 Ghana cedis. The Speaker, maize, maize. 1 sack, which used to be sold for 1,600 Ghana cedis in January, is now being sold for 1,450. And Mr. Speaker, the Minister for Agriculture has promised that it will go down even more. Mr. Speaker, the price of Yas sanitary pad, which was 25 Ghana cedis in January, is now going for 15 Ghana cedis. 15 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, palm fruit, 1 olonka, which used to be sold for 40 Ghana cedis, is now being sold for 25 Ghana cedis. Mr. Speaker, this is the reset President Mahama promised. This is the reset President Mahama promised. It has been 6 months of hard work. We have lessened the burden on households and businesses. Mr. Speaker, contrary to the perception that we are not spending, we are indeed spending, and spending at the right places. We are making the right investment in the lives of the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of $700 million US dollars of Eurobond obligations has been paid. An amount of 10 billion to domestic bondholders has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.9 billion Ghana cedis to the District Assembly's Common Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2.7 billion Ghana cedis to the Social Security and National Insurance Trust has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 9.1 billion Ghana cedis to the energy sector for stable power supply has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 5 billion Ghana cedis of arrest has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion to the Ghana Education Trust Fund has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 1 billion Ghana cedis to the free secondary education program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 4.6 billion Ghana cedis to the National Health Insurance Scheme has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 1.4 billion for the National Health Insurance claims has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 252 million for vaccines and essential medicine has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 72.8 million Ghana cedis as capitation grant has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 895 million to the school feeding program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 477 million to the LEAP beneficiaries has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 122.8 million for BECE registration has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 300 million to the no fee stress policy has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker, an amount of 191.7 million Ghana cedis as teacher training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, again, an amount of 462.6 million as nursing training allowances has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 25 million as assembly members allowance has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 21 million Ghana cedis for National Apprenticeship Program has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. An amount of 34.5 million to the ADWOA program has been paid. Mr. Speaker, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis as goods and service to run effective and efficient government ministries, departments and agencies has been paid. Mr. Speaker, as we speak, an amount of 2 billion Ghana cedis to save the National Investment Bank has been paid. Right, Honorable Speaker. Non-interest expenditure of 84.2 billion Ghana cedis has been paid. So far, Mr. Speaker, from January to June, total cash of 114.5 billion has been paid from the consolidated fund. Mr. Speaker, we are spending and spending at the right places. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are spending at the right places. We are touching lives and we are changing our country. Mr. Speaker, this is not all. We have also worked to improve the fiscal situation. We have restored fiscal discipline. We have implemented appropriate policies to reduce interest rates significantly, thereby reducing the cost of borrowing. So, Speaker, we have saved on domestic interest payment following the implementation of our prudent debt management policies. Mr. Speaker, there is still more work to be done. President Mahama is determined to deliver. Inshallah, His Excellency John Mahama will deliver. Right, Honorable Speaker, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. Mr. Speaker, I repeat, we are not out of the woods yet. It will be premature to make that pronouncement. But the good news is that today, hope is in sight. And we are determined to navigate the country out of the terrible storm we inherited from President Akufo-Addo and Alhaji Bawumia. Mr. Speaker, we need the support of the people of Ghana to weather this storm. Mr. Speaker, to the farmer in Yendi and to the fisher folk in Sekendi and Shama, to the nurse in Sunyane and the teacher in Enumbuso and Ejumako, to the Ghanaian youth seeking decent work, to the elderly seeking better pension. We see you, we hear you, and we are working for you. John Mahama will work for you. The NDC will work for you. The gains we have made so far are the results of your sacrifice, your patience, our belief, and our belief that change was not only necessary, but crucial. Mr. Speaker, this media review is not just a technical report. It is the story of the Ghanaian people. A story of a nation that refused to give up. A story that echoes Nelson Mandela. It always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, this is a story that echoes Nelson Mandela's quote, that it always seems impossible until it is done. Mr. Speaker, even as we look back at how far we have come, we are also looking ahead. This is the essence of John Mahama's leadership. He is focused and he will deliver. President Mahama is honoring his promise to the Ghanaian people. The second half of 2025 promises to be even better. We expect inflation to continue its downward trend and reach our 2025 target ahead of schedule. We will sustain the stability of the cedi through disciplined spending, targeted investment, and continued reserve accumulation. Growth will be further boosted by strategic initiatives, including the 24-hour economy program, the Big Push infrastructure program, and the revitalization of agriculture through the Agriculture for Economic Transformation program. Mr. Speaker, you may recall that during my vetting, when asked what I would like to be remembered as a minister, Mr. Speaker, I stated that I would like to be remembered for stabilizing the exchange rate, ensuring low prices, and creating jobs. Right, Honorable Speaker. ahead of the presentation of the 2025 budget, my engagement with the traders at the Mokola market revealed that prices and exchange rate stability were the overriding concerns of the business community. Mr. Speaker, I wish to take this opportunity to thank our cherished traders at Mokola for their valuable insight. Mr. Speaker, the update on the cedi and the prices, as said earlier, clearly shows that we have taken deliberate and decisive action to ensure that the challenges with exchange rate and prices are tackled head-on. Mr. Speaker, let me assure all Ghanaians that the stability in the exchange rate and the lower prices we are experiencing will be sustained. Ghanaians, Mr. Speaker, the government has worked hard to bring down and stabilize the exchange rate with deliberate policies. It is now time for businesses to bring down prices to reflect the new economic reality. We understand businesses went through some sacrifices during the turbulent economic challenges, but so did the people of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, it is now time for prices to come down to reflect the new realities for the benefit of all Ghanaians and not only for the traders. Mr. Speaker, as we look forward, more jobs will be created, confidence will be deepened, and the Ghanaian economy will stand tall again, not just in the sub-region, but on the global stage. But to do this, Mr. Speaker, we must stay united as a people and eschew divisiveness. We must continue to have faith in our country, Ghana. Mr. Speaker, most importantly, we must have faith in our currency, the Ghana cedi. For 60 years through cycles of inflation, devaluation, redenomination, and recovery, the cedi has remained the symbol of our sovereignty. It has endured, it has evolved, and it remains the only legal tender of our republic. Let us protect it. Let us trade with our currency, the Ghana cedi. Let us talk about it with pride, not as a burden, but as a badge of economic independence. Mr. Speaker, I believe in the cedi. Fellow countrymen and women, I believe in the cedi. You also have to believe in the cedi. Mr. Speaker, to all of us who have the privilege to serve in the leadership of our nation, let us unite and do this for ourselves, for our children, and for our children's children. It is our collective responsibility to reset our country. Ghana needs us more than ever. Our people needs us. Mr. Speaker, I cannot conclude this address without expressing deep gratitude to His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama, whose unwavering dedication and vision continue to anchor this national reset. Mr. Speaker, on a personal level, I thank His Excellency the President, because without him, this work couldn't have been achieved. Mr. Speaker, he is indeed the anchor towards our economic reset. Right Honorable Speaker, and to you, Father, Mr. Speaker, Alban, Sumana, Kingsford, Bagman, our father, and members of Parliament and the Parliamentary Service, I'm extremely grateful. Mr. Speaker, indeed, Aban Papaba. Mr. Speaker, Aban Papaba. No wonder my brother Kwame and his team had to flee the chamber. I salute Mr. Speaker. I thank you.
Asampa nabo, the revival economy. Asampa nabo, the revival economy. Honorable members, Yenyo Deni Uyebo, Ato Yenyo Deni Uyebo, Ato Yenyo Deni Uyebo. Ate forcing. Honorable members, Honorable members, in line with the practice and convention of the House, I refer the media fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana for the 2025 financial year to the budget committee to be assisted by the leadership of the Committee on Finance for deliberation and report to the House. When it comes to the House, we will hear from the chairman of the committee after it has gone through the report as to whether they second the motion that has been moved or not. If they do so, then it will be opened for debate. This is a motion, it's not a statement. And so members will have the opportunity to debate the media fiscal policy review of the budget statement and economic policy of the government of Ghana. So I intend to permit the minister to and then report to the House for us to have a comprehensive and then report to the House.
Right, Abusan for Yama Obibia Kwaba, higher SOMPA 106.5 FM. So, media budget review and Yakwa Kutie, Ewa Ghana, Mrashibe Fie, Unimian for Kessiel Ato Forcing, and what they Omeya Kohumabo, Sanye, ye Susuno defa, a projection. Nti ya na ya kana say no Sanye Tiano, ni aban susu se Busumi nsie di animu kosi se afene be kwa na wiye no. Nia oman Ghana sika e de ahye ne nsa no obedi akosie sa asem ne tie atwema no se ne obedi di akosie no sa pepepe e na etie na medidi abrempona na kwakwampa ejapia APAM DADAA wa ha sanso e na adwasare enso ewo efie ha sei na ensem no ne nyina akwaye borofo enti kakra yenso ye bo ne tofa e de amawo ewo akankasa mu twidie no na yenso ya betena se ebe besino se di ama na we no yenche simaka kra bi na fe agemu di ama for God and country na wo mo so de ne aka na kugwe bono num ne fa ye besan abetena se na ye de nchiremu no ni mu do no e de ama wo very for makwaba
ya joso brempona na
nyame adom me ho ye ha na mo so e
sa pepe
madam fu onya chia no be say o ho ye na me so e aja mention sem free ho all right and some no bebre and a course so meaning baby a wo fa ye de free
okay
ene nchiremu a betim de ama ye sha se ho
okay enti mame ensha se enfan free aban akatua homa epono so government payroll ene ensamandin ahodo ya ewoso na nkomo we no eyade bi a empepi ye taba emiedi hu nkomo na ne doctor ekopie mu ewo mei emrasebedwam no wodi kiremu ya wo chese audit service no womo ahye ne nso ehunu se nipa bebrenu a wo Ghana ha aban tua wo moka enso wo ma ye tua okandodo no akurawu obu oho no mokura wa ye adwuma no wagye leave kura ekwa otua de ewa amanoni ana bibi enso bosome so a ye tua sa nipa ne ka bia na nkrata mu kura nsesa sa din no eba mu enso wo mu nyina sika ya wo kiremu se workers ahodo be ye empem edu 14,000 ene ye aban adwuma ye fo a yenhunu wo mo akira kwan so wo mo da ban akatua homa pono so enu sei wo bo so wo se Ghana audit service no wo mo aye adwuma ye de ahye wo nsa no ohamu chichemu aduokron baako 91% na sika wo mo hwe nim se wo mo be recover edi afri sa ghost names no eye 150.4 million Ghana cedis enti eno ene asemba ko a wo boss so na ade baako nso a wo kan ya na o manfo e boje so pa eye Ghana dwedi ahodo a yedi yenim se o man mu sidi na yedidi dwuma enso se se kamya kwa se Ghana sidi no kura no wo ka kura asa wo no sika no mu nyeduru enti ene schools ahodo bi wo Ghana ha kura yetua no in dollars ai wo se si ano o mampani ama odabi se enimanimu ya efri enne ya wode ya ye kasei contract bia aban ebe awode emfa ho ene currency kura ya awode contract ne o maako a ya awode Ghana cedis ene yedidi dwuma enti eho asem enso wasa de ebe ya yesika no ayedi no ebetimi awie mu die na bibia nso atimi akonkan na de wosan eka ye enso ewa hanom ye empuntunwuma ne titu ene akwan ahodo a womo eye aban womo eba bedi ehudwuma na wobobo dodo no aso enso kakra ye betimi aka ho asem no samso kese a wombeye de ayantam black voter no eso na bibia timi akonkan motorway runabout kwati mpoku kwan woboso secondary township roads phase 1 woboso Bogatanga boko kwan no woboso na afa wenchin so wose womo ba beye mpuntunwuma hudo bebe wo hono mu a omanfo ebetimi anya ensukuro gen na womo anom konfo noche aban aya asabia eno nso wokase womo de abefo womo baba ya na abefo kwan so kura modern one pa ya ura konfo anoche hono mu a enya wo se de yenimu dada no afei nso womo ba beti 9 state of the art vocational and technical training centers enti miaya hodo ya yema ensanunwuma entete eni niema bi etesa no mako beye enkron the state of the art womo ba beye bi wo Ghana ha Kumasi Central Market phase 2 eno nso wokan ho asem se womo ba beye adwuma na wobobo sa project ahodo no nyina eso no enna wonim se contractors nso ne de sa project ne ema womo na wo say ansa no wombeba aban mu no wo ma hye ne so ahunu se omanfo bebre wo horo mu a yama wo mo contract se contractors ya sika ye de amom se wo mo fanya adwuma no ye nye ye nso sika na yaje wo se sa niema ni nyina contract na ye ntimi account for no AG atnaye no ebe ye forensic audit na wo mo aye hwehwemu na wo mo asiase ahunu de atwie mu ankasa enti eno so enho asem so wo bosu bi ewo ho afei interest rate wo kire se wo mo ba ye wo matimi aboa atotototo niema ama eso atekura abafom na kansisa ahodo a womo ede ba ye se de be ya Ghana ye spending no sika ye die wo Ghana ha no ye nimro de ye nya no so enti enwuma ahodo bi anasa nhye bi ti se gold board womo de aba enu se no eba beboa ama ene niema ahodo bi ye bekoso wo honom no enya sem kuma kra Ghana ye sika sidi no a ye di nso eho ahode no apagye makoso o chese apeke pa ya enya sem kuma enti no mede na ebesi ha na other areas nso a wobobo so no apam abamu na wono so de other areas nso ato aso pepepe
ene adwoaba bi adisi ya wo ka se apeke Ghana city no eba ne sa na wo sheki ama me akete se de enyontini no wo ka no ma me sha se mfamfiri ho na city na apeke no na owie ye de beto so sesei so wo hwesa de niema bo kane na ehurihuri sa atwere na kontantantantem a sesei ba bi eda no edaye na wo kan wo nsuro tura we de adwadifo na e wo no manima deja sade ese kire kane na olonka ba kon beto ne 50 Ghana cedis no ene okodwom ho a wo beto ne 44 Ghana cedis eno achi wo san ba be kire ese kokonte boto ba kon kane na nka 1 tua kora no 1200 Ghana cedis 12 million cedi dada no ubetua ene 950 Ghana cedis 9.5 cedi dada no aya wroso tons no na ne bot se ha ene eso ate sesei ukuta 7500 a utiminya ton no eto na wokan jene wo se jene na wo moto roba no 120 Ghana cedis ene ede 95 cedis eno achi no POP cement na 115 Ghana cedis and 90 cedis abroboto baako na 1600 Ghana cedis say 1450 na ne de kura no agric minister kase ene se afi nkwa nru babia abrofoforo besa so ababio na ebo na asate e de kofom kire no wo kɔ ball sanitary pad eso secure 10 cities and watch us can any say na wunkura ebi te say 25 cities a wunya bi nto nti ne nyina apeke eka ho abe olonka baako na 40 cities na okuta 25 cities a wunya bi to etimi de koye aduane ema yie nti wo wie ya watch us apeke na na osande beto so se de esi no boso minsia mu ni o yebeka so nyame adom na nso adwumaden eka ho adwuma akini ya ban na bo a eden no na amasa nkunimdie we yaba na se wofa baabi a kini yebeso mu na anu ada wode apema kwa koduru na obu nkompohwe emfi abesene ko amampanimfo abetena so bemfinhie aduosiani we bi nsida eno so wosan bo so na wo se aka hodo a epeke wo matuatua $700 million wo moyi every consolidated fund wo mo de atuatua ebiti say ye power hodo no mka hodo dada ho no ene kanea ni gina so na dun so no ma efiri afa ka dada e frɛ na areas hyehyɛ mu ayi ntuaye 5 billion eno so wo moyi atua obetimi aka ni prenye premfa sa common fund sika say 2.9 billion eno so wo moyi atua senate sika yes yetua 2.7 billion eno so wo moyi atua enti onya ka no wo moage so we have pay na etwaso saa NHIS sika 4.6 billion eso ya nso wono matua na afi claims no wo mo a ebejeje wo mo de yaye adwuma no eka sei wo mo jejeje 1.4 billion nso wono matua ni nyina eno achi no ne daga na fo nyina ni medeja school feeding eno nso wo mo ntua ye kura 895 million Ghana cedis eno nso wo matua livelihood empowerment against poverty and a friend leap no ehia for sika and also 477 million and also abanetua no was BEC registration na no yi wo mo register ye na wo mo choro ye abane ne fa hoka and also 122.8 million Ghana cedis and also wotua ye afa wo sanso aba be kire se teacher training allowance no and also 191.7 million Ghana cedis watua enya nonko nursing training allowance so 462 million and also ni nyina no has been paid abanetua ana assembly members wo hye wo mo bo se wo ba obedom aboa ma wo manya bibi e de abo wo mo ho bra no and also 25 million Ghana cedis and so wayi ya watua afa national apprenticeship program 21 million Ghana cedis Ghana sika na nso wayi atua na afa adwumawura project no wa makwa eno nso sikata ekire 34 million Ghana cedis eno nso wono matua eno achi banks ahodo egugu ye na wo momfia ye mre ebitise National Investment Bank NIB ene ejina ne naso ni nyina ne se wa inject wo mo yakase injection a etese de yawo obi panie nti wo mu de sika awo bank no ama say bank na nyane naso agina eno nso wo ka ni praise 2 billion wo mo e de awo no ye no aban de watuatua na ni nyina no ene wo bu nkompo se sika no consolidated fund mu ena wo mu yifiri ya wo no de tuaye 114.5 billion Ghana cedis has been paid nti de watuatua no eno so honsem eno no eno wo se sei e basika sem sikadie se de yi sika ne yedi no no wo mu di ne nyansa so na nya ba bia anso na wo mu di sikadie no eko de ebeboa ma wo man yi obi afilibi na eno nso wo mu ede ewurawura ho nti wo kan wo che se ade we nyina asisie no wo mu ni kan mo ho dede kura mo ho twene nsa esanse enye nuru ba bia na enuru ba bia ni nyina no se bibi wo mu a aseda no wode magana fo pa esanse ya bo aboso ata ban na chi na de wawe nyina watumi ayo na ne wono nsu ku testie no a wansu ho na Ghana fo de hye ne nsa se oye adwuma de asom no yewura John Dramani Mahama wonna ama we nyina bam enti se botae na timi awie dua na eyo no a yɛmfa na ase no ne kɛse pa ma no san sa kokoduro onyaye no wo so mbra na nema ne da yi a watimi atwia ba beduru sabre no ye na na se papa na ni nyina echi no eba etese ye ka ye dedede a eno nso no ye nyaye ye tuetue bi pa enti sika yusu fiscal discipline eno ye adwuma kwan a wono mo fa so de sika no ye adwuma se sika no ene ye wo che fiscal nche se ye ka sika ho asem enti wa restore fiscal discipline said yi sika to ade eno nso pani no wo boss pa ya ye boss bi de ama ye tiefo na ewie wo se petrol diesel nom eno nso ebo no said ye nanka se huri kono enhuri ankosa ni nyina no ye se yakoye nim enti eno no wo hwe a 3.8% de yetimi de ko sei besi ananka ye bobo no ya mokese ewo chiniya baye toso mienu eso na baabinum wo ho ana yesika no bi efa na enwunu wo bo baabi te se temaport ene wo bo custom nso se sika ni bitimi nwunu pa efa ontichiru de nka ba omanum ne nyina no abana ye nhyehyeye a wo twa aba de ahwe ano na mo yem ye ninna ho ebetimi aba se niema bi besesa nsakramu kuma bi betimi aba eno nso wo mo de wo mo ni akoho pa enti se kwa ombefa so ajejeji sika no enkoye se esumesi kwete ticket no nko na waje aba ewi o se ticket na eguai mekoye obi anye enso no wajeje bi ahye ne botoma na watene de enti no AI intelligent e ba be ye adwuma enti sika jeje no AI beje bi AI je nso a untimi mfansie enti eno nso honsem wo kan bi na wo se esomogre se eye enam fom ana enam nsuo so eno nso aban na ni abre pass obetwa aba de ahwea no enti de obobo so no ni tofa bom ebi nso ni
wo fa ebi nso free VAT ne honsem na honso wo kire se COVID-19 levy that's to say VAT so no wo se nyame adoma nche on be reforms VAT reforms wo de ba no on be yi ho no on be abolish e de free ho wo ka bi nso de fa se Ghana se ye ne IMF nkomodie no akoyie pa ma ye se ba bi o man ni gina no ye gina yie nti se no nso wo kakakra e de fa ho e wo ho wo san e kan bi e de to aso e kire se ne na apamo kan no anim ho no ano e na adwan so kan kakra ensam so ahodo black voter ho ensam so ambekwa akwa ho nyina no wo kakakra e de fa ho no wo kire se aban asset CD and dollar sinking account into we no ye se Ghana CD no se ekọ form na yekoyi gba bi kakra dia be so na sene se dollar no so era na yekoyi kakra dia be som na ni nyina ama edwom aye kama pa no so kakra wo de fa ho e de baaye e na wo kan wi odi du ba bi no se we a wa bai wo maji additional money inti se yemo se bia wa ba baji sika foforo a wo maji sika foforo 55.50 billion na watuetua no dada no pam dada no ande gina mu na wo sign the kakra kwadim no che se revenue target ana ban set e de ama ne ho e wa afi mu no na nka ye 299 billion Ghana cedis say wo de aba na chikakra abedu 229 billion Ghana cedis inti eso ati be say 2 billion nanka kanen wo hwedim sem ko betimi agegi 229 billion ma yesi ono ahwe sen ye projection e ko na 229 de nya de a obenya na mum wo hwe so obenya 227 billion adon so ka ho asem kakra na wo yese wonomo ebe review the institutional setup a ewo GRA custom division say as a senior wo monema nhyehyeye ne niema ekono aman no ase won hyede nhumu yie papa no nti on ba be review no ma set up yie se be ya enya afi na we gina ha na mframa bebom na bibia nso atimi akonkan na bibia ye fine na wo kire se efiti ne de kuro ye aban contract bia obema bia no se na adwo ka nanim ho no emfa ho se ofi Kosovo ena ba ye Ghana series ena ye de bema we wi okakaka de fa gold board ho wo see gold board nso ni operations are we free say share ase e de besi ne de ya ogina mrase odwamuka say results om de amoma no chan kati ahunwi e do so papa na wasan ka kire wono mo gold smugglers womo a efa sebu akwan so efo man sika akọ e de kọ amonone no se emra ne che wono a ene won bedi no nyonyonyonyonyo na se ukoye illegal mining so ne ye chewa mra ne ubedi eduru ho a enka se woni mato forcing enti wo kọ akọ chew no no wontie wo kakakra e de fa ho e wo ho o de o se obi mo bia ma ne nchen e be pa chew e wo ho e no wasan ka se o hwe se ne bosome nsia pɛ wɔn ba yɛ den hyɛ egu akwan mu na small scale miners wɔn gold a wɔn export and also wɔn free ɔman yi mu ɛde kɔ amanɔne ɛwɔ ne kwan soɔ no akɔ n'anim bɛɛ sɛ ɔha mu nkyekyɛmu no wɔ ha there's 100% increment ɛna abɛ mu ano nso wɔka ho asɛm kakra ɛwɔ hɔ ɛna wɔkyerɛ sɛ aban sese aban atwa bɛyɛ sɛ sikabotene 13.8 billion ɛna ɔde ato hɔ a ɛno no big push ya ɛbɛhwɛ infrastructure ne saa ne mahodo na aban pɛ so ɔyɛ ne nyinaa no sika ɔde ahyɛ mu wɔ hɔ no ɛyɛ 13.8 billion ya ebetimi aboa na adwo bɔ akwan no nyinaa so no wɔbɔ obi akodu tumu ɛne hamle ɛne etumu no wɔkan ya ama na manfo ya sase tumu no ya abamu dodo nti wɔkan paa ɛna wɔyɛ sɛ big push no so ɛba bɛboa ama major roads ɛwɔ Ghana ha sei no ya siesie nti wɔkan ya ka ɔfanko tu nsawam kwan no no so na no kra na enkrofo so mbe demonstration say contractor na free site no no so kra no ka ho asem say aban ba be ye na watimi ama bibia akoyie afi kaso awi ni bakwan na vrongo ne ekọ sandema adenta dodowa afi o se feasibility study koso denden ne say 4 major project bi aban be ye na bibia nso atimi akọ ma bibia fine afi wo kire say one more sane fiscal discipline na APAM ka ho asem wo ka ho asem wo no che say one more dey new road maintenance trust fund bill ba abe replace Ghana road fund nti say another bill be ko parliament am yakwaji atum na no abe replace Ghana road fund and wo kan say nurse for ene teacher for agent tete wo bia allowance free January e de be si June ya tuya ni nyina July yidi koi enya wu ya once the krankam obi abeje one no mo je so ye na ha comment section ho na manfo busia say na o ma rotational nurses no wo mo so ya nti wo mo nka amanfo so pray say nka edwuma ye bie enwuma ye bie enwuma kakra kosi san eno so no na ho nsem na akra bibia ho kakra e na bo ne sika hodo na ban ye say wo be spending nyina no so no wo bobo fakese na eso ewo mu a eno so nti prof aba we the prof aba
na ade ba ko a wo kan ho asem na ye credit ratings no credit ratings no say your companies ahodo na say institutions say ya wo motai ASR ratings no across wiase ayewe na Fitch for ka ho wo se na say mo hwe wo mo rating na wo mo de ba ye no a na emre bi atwam Ghana ba bi eda no na nyenyenyenyenye che se kontebe kura ye da techemu but wo mo ba ye wo matimi atotototo o man no sikasem ama eniema page mu asesi a B- ho ene akɔhye no wo se ye honom no kura no Ghana bro so wo se ye bro sa level ne kura nso we ya asase se first 7 months no wo matimi aye we dia ene emfie 9 na eda yanim no eniema bebre ena wo mo ebeye ne eno nso atimi aboa wo se anamon no a wo mu etu ne nyese wo mo da sore ya ena niema sesan ye na mum discipline de wo ma hye mo ho so sanse wo ma hye ne so hu se Ghana hanom no eniema bebre wo honom ade ama eka edan ne se adwuma bia wo ya wo ye budget na ototo niema sika me di hye mu nie niya me expect se menyanie medi sei me spendi sei me save sei na wo ko wiase na wudi bro de wunya no so a na se wo no unim de ekọ enti sa discipline na wo matimi a maintain no eno ka ho bi na ma sa ratings ne ade nyina SMP fo ne wo mo keka ho no ne nyina timi apagya mu akosoro sa afa import duties biaya hodo niema yekra edeba o maimu ne emu duties a ya na ededa so wo se wo hye ofan edikan ewo afimu a target a wo mo set yesen ko mu benya no eswate edi aba 1.6 billion cedis enu sei no esa wo mo hye na wo mo toto eniema ewo ehonom enti project ahodo no de wo bobo bebre no a eso na wo se wone no wo mo ko edi ama wo mo a wo mo nam kweti kwan so na wo mo di gold free Ghana ha ko ama ahodo so a wo mo emfa the right channels no wo se san krofo nyina ye kan obi be ka sei adwuma ye wo mu a ye ya ye nya kakra di no aben ya ba no wo betu nani esi eso ne ade wo se mra ye mra emfa ho ne wo ba bia wo ne amanyoku a wodom ade na enye ye ntimi eme katakata so meye ye bibia enti ye chewa emra no eni ubedi pa e wo saa kwan nti wo manfo a wo mo ye saa de no wo mo enye careful e na saa ghost names na ameka ho asem no yesi ye wo nkrofo bi a wo mo na ehwe validate saa ghost names no wo mo se saa nkrofo no wo mo nyina yie obi ewu beye emfie de wo ho nie enso okọ aban aketu ahoma pono so a ni din da so ni din da so na 14,000 workers de anu odin was 14,000 workers na audit service for ayentwetwemu ehunu se saa enipa no womo nte ase yehunu womo yenim bebia womo te nanso bosumi bia no saa 14,000 workers no womo di aketua enti saa sika no eyeka obi na eje because obi awu a hwan na ekoje na busuani benti obi na aseda asese se nipa ni ho nanso ye di sika no befa ha akoto account foforo mu nti sa nkrofo no amoye validation nso or the warning kese pa ma wo mo se wo mu enyina yie na aban no ba wo mo eso NIB bank asem na apam kanu wo se sesia no eho ye safe enti investors a mo epesa mo di musika ehye nnwuma mu mo mra na sesia no ejina yie pa eho asem so eno no enti I think say okay
ohwe ni ekita me wo ha sesia no sector performance nti ofa no nyina according to GDP no kakra ofa wa ha no ya kosi say first quarter 2025 no GDP growth no ekokodru baby a yegina say first quarter no ekodru 5.3% ekosoro pa na first no na nke wo 4.9%.
nti sector performance ne say na school for e makwan nti omo makwan no exam so omo ye ne de abraba ya bo na sector performance
nti obewi aba sector by sector nti point to point bia mu no obewura mu wo ho na na opeso o kire say si e ka GDP ni nyina no gross domestic product nti ni nyina no ka ni nyina bomu a ba bia ye nyini kodu ye ne aye jeje ne awayire ka ho ne anya wayire ka ho no ni nyina wo kirechire mu wo ho nti owie ye no we ye ne oil ewo mu bie no ba bia ye nyini kodu ye ne mum say we oil ni free man non oil GDP growth no eno no 6.8% as compared to 4.3 first quarter 2024 no into ode first quarter 2025 to first quarter 2024 ho 2025 there no 6.8%. Send you nyini ko nanim na mum 2024 the same year first quarter no na 4.3%.
Just we are shoot
and ohwe the overall GDP no so a na me ka say 5.3 no no last year same first quarter no na 4.9 no it say no so ashutu kakra e bia beka ho and we wie no ba sectorial breakdown enti afa obefa agriculture mo agriculture no che say enyini akodru 6.6%. What they compare same time last year 6.6% and what I say we know triple just say enyini abohom premium what they compare last year there na last year there no me sure there was say tripled its first quarter growth rate contributing 26.4% to overall GDP expansion and or the bar fishery we know anti or the bar fishery or time so ye no or say how the no so call nanim kodru 16.4% as at a free January edibesi January February March first quarter asem no kan and say ye hwe quarter no a musumi ense bia ye one quarter in the first quarter asem a workan e ho na e ho de kosi ye and or the bar services na services no de ho no je say ye kiremu ye kakra na o ma services no overall no 5.3% growth. Afi or break it down kakra no. O man no say the largest economic sector. Ehona o man no as a yesika 7 nyina ehona de do ni gina. Nti ehono enso opia kodru say ekodru 46.8%. Na uchichemu a eno no ye latest economic sector no. Baby e gina sisi a. And I say driving at 47.9 of GDP growth. Enti o man no sika sem no kase ni nyina no. Emu ha mo nchichemu no aduanan enson akiripo
enkono 47.9%. Ehona yetimi nyini kodru ye. Yahwe se ne ye nyini sikasem no kase no ba bi ekogina aye pa na. Hona yetimi nyini kodru ntimi emu ha mu nchichemu no abupan mienu
49.
Ye ntimi anu 50%.
Okay.
Ye kodru 47.9.
Nti se ye grade yanke ye nyasen. So we D ana D something
minus bibi wo hosa na D ho no mo
yenya
nurusi nti yegusu wa kire
okay
wo ba mfidedwuma mu kakra industry ehon so chese mfidedwuma no ekọ nanim kakra kodru se 3.4%. Ni nyina o kan nyina abom no na mum oba afom no say contribute to GDP no so the contribution to GDP ya o de baaye no 20.6%.
Okay.
Inti ehonso ne de kakra o de koye no and I say manufacturing wo mo a ya de na nkasa mo manufacture ne ma senka
to say secure sanitary pad no
secure mo de e baaye wo mo so de wo de ne besu ebedu 6.6%. Mo ntichemu ensia echiripo nsia.
Okay.
And ehonso enyini kodru ye na se ehonso ya ka echi pa ye betimi aye ne ya bro so
ya de wo ha no
aha ye penia ya kra no mo sense ye ya ye bi wa se and what you say afei new sector reforms are we growth target a almost set say we ya hwenia wo ho deda etwem aba
nti gene no so ne
ya ma ya ho target ye kwa yanim no wo say real GDP ni ya hwe anim no ya hwe anim say ye kwa yanim anya hwe kra no ye betimi anyi ni be say o ha mu chichemu 4%. And na fe ye ba non oil GDP na eno nti betimi akobe say 4.8%. Ewo ho now for your share end of year inflation and also say inflation here say yet and yema so te na say ne bo no yema bo ko so na e ba fom one also or you say projection no e be say 11.9%. Now also they say ejina 13.7%. Into your share nim say be ba do be say 11.9%. Now it's a swat kakra
so mo buy na
20.
But as it stands no as it stands no 13.7
say bet yakobe
11.9.
Okay,
good. And now fiscal surplus say no na fiscal
is
mo enti surplus sika surplus
ye wo
and also ye hwede mi say ye betimi akwakodu be say ohamu nchemu baako achiripo enum 1.5%.
Okay.
And a new target I set am I hono no. E ho kakra e ho so de buy.
Afi da ho a yemfa
yensanka.
Okay.
Mo. And oba new policy boosting momentum.
The betimi a share den
very well.
Okay.
E ho na 24-hour economy ba mu ho. Inti ode eniama a wo me di gu akwan mu se betimi abo ma esika sem na timi agina yie no 24-hour economy
economy target no
ho target ne ho no
okay
24-hour economy ka ho big push e ka ho se na big push ni abobo so a o che se e infrastructure project ni ade no e ho ka ho and afi agriculture for economic transformation program and also ye nia aban ne de ba se agriculture kuadwuma sisi ese nka ne kuayo kuadwuma se ne kuadwuma betimi dia pagya mu e dia konanim no kakra ho nso wode free ho baaye nso no
mo France ne be ka c'est bon
Ghana for heading see e betete ne maso
o se den Ghana for heading
no amount
say betete na aban no na tete ne maso Ghana Ghana do we run a price controlled economy?
I know the
is it price controlled? So you are expecting government to come and tell you say milk you are just so office but o ma ya amane megina na mpuno se okwa abontin na okodidwa o fili okotoku na we na ebise tie for se etisa
se asem no ni na
aburo bag ye
da be bisa se etisa wo apam me de bisa okodwa man so asem a eye finance minister ba be kanade se mpuno o ma bomoden GDP akose inflation akose da ba akose
1.6 no they say 1.450 nanso
yeah
only 5 cities no and me nka koko
no debi till listen asem na apamo e ka no
yate bro ne so obeka tell say ode tu ka mu ade ko nikanika so
entina chese wo a wote hoyi ani Ghana fo aka nyina mo ye nipa bonfo me
so se Ghana fo nyina aboju ye Ghana
me se be yi mi ho fi
enti bro so na no abeja fo nto aso
but I was say SOMPA 106.5 FM so die ene yeko Ghana brashe bedwam Ghana yakɔ homabosika ne yɛkwan a yɛfa so a man no yɛsika sam ne yɛbɔ ho ebra no ɛno na mokɔte yɛ newie ɛwɔ SOMPA 106.5 FM akra yɛfrɛ me Kobla Abochi Prof Matrase but I know say nsɛm na yɛabobɔ soro we have some analysts in the studios here. You didn't want to be doing come up, but I know really that Evans, he's a member of the NDC. Debbie, your microphone is off. I don't know why Evans is so happy. I mean, himself said the other MPs or but for the records, my infant to just say idea the minority in parliament a stage walkout no stage here. What's the reason for it? Who say no more in krata bia na on the chireying san krata nyina no ye bekom na ye di hu nkomo. Why must they boycott a year and media budget hearing Honorable Kesel Atuforsen at the Bedine a year or my nyina through a year Ghana and Rashibidrim. So we are here to have a conversation on it, but quickly let me inform you that for God and country Jumedi yawo aboafo adebia woboso asena ye de bremo a year Techno Spark 40 series ya better must say Sasana Electroland Ghana Limited ombo ichidom kese pa and again Lexter Company Limited woman makofa Yas toothpaste Yas toothbrush abedwaman so medima for herbal center Dr. Time Daso womoso e wo say ye da wana sepa Sasana Time herbal mixture so ebo ichidom kese pa menamo ka say ye nua bema Evans Atrase na enye ononkwa yewo hoho ba ko so we ntem ha orosoro mejiri piece endiche badane di da wo hunipa ko a wo ye se de be ya budget ande Ghana Minister of Finance said about to jaro na yahwe na apostle be because it's almost 5 o'clock, meaning we have just about 30 minutes to do this particular work right here. But I said she said it here midi kan two mo anim no ora kofi antwi waha na me pa chop said share it here one also a communication team member for the New Patriotic Party also ababe cancer waha mini akofi antwi na say
Awoji.
Yeah.
Go Bema.
Me Bema.
Go Bema.
I didn't hear.
Guys, they feel brutal.
Why am I not feeling me?
Guys, no.
I didn't hear. I said,
Baby, me for be a Bochi.
Sir. For God and country.
And then they no be here.
And then they only be here. Because Deputy Minister for Information, Bahanano, Honorable, friend is a slight chete. Hey, munga mupao.
Oh, yeah, brutal.
We are brutal.
Me feel
me feel more. Me who say obe pako Canada me there. Also obe the pa. Evans the no na. Evans that is say. Oh. Asame na kai.
Omo na dey be call position.
Oh.
Kofi no na dey call opposition. Bisa no only movie.
Oh, that's something I catch Kofi. Me na Kofi entry so.
But you say my agent.
I'm choose why come.
Who said I didn't know. Or for so who's a agent, boy agent.
Sir.
I mean coffee bar.
Good. Now Evans, and then Brasha Bedroom, she said, "Dear, Mutunyomo."
Yes,
hey, Nabo, but Mutunyomo said, "Ban Papa Nabo, 24-hour economy." Or the Asempa Nabo, 24-hour economy. Kofi, now that's when you win him. But Evans, okay, so a quick overview. What's here a year? The Minister for Finance, Kesel Atuforsen, your key takeaways. Do more Mike, you know. Oh, bra.
Mintia Ira Johnson.
esi din katia na minchia yura John Dramani Mahama o na memfa bosibode magana fo a mo hwe akiri na mhu se NDC wo ne pabi e magana o hwe latter part of state or say has been paid meaning na kabida ho has been paid almost about 100 times a car nkrofo to o my kofi amusu afon to o my I mean who say kofi betumi akasa na has been paid ne omo kaze yentumi ntua to the extent so bi kro wa bon bosia ye ko school ade ba ko mo che the most secure debt and as the most secure this thing instrument any government bonds MPP kwan buy no be non secure bonds enti ne pana ye tua ye gusunsu be ye adwuma me de bia me tra mic nature me say ye nuanu ma wa ban mu no momma ye mai ho ye mre ho ase no obuo ni adoma Ghana for dia mai no let's take the opportunity utilize it well ye nya adwuma obi na obu ni be say ye ndidi de ndidi hu nkrofo didim intina akaye ka ye ban no ye tua health insurance na nko ye tua we na nko ye tua we ni etua ne be ko so etua ni na ma ni na tua and we have gotten a stable economy price of goods and service has been stabilized impobia ko form iron rods eco 9,000 plus about 7,000 ebro ko almost somehow about form
ebro
yes
now what say me okay
me say bro
so we for the so what are you talking about
me say yatie bro so
yes and to say you come market when you could be sa
say 1.2 oil 1 point about 400
where book mo dey o
enye book practical so we di mechi dey chako dum try to oil na gallon kufo gallon no eco 1,000 something
and me enko techiman jom sesi an enko bisa ebro bag go
challenge you
yanko domi market sesi an enko bisa ebro bag go
yes
yanko malata ne enko bisa
dadafo ye dadafo ye kan e betumi aye ye kan e betumi aye no nso na egusu ye no entinema bo aye stable above form never for more. This is the first quarter, just 6 months.
Okay, but we go. You better form one and a form for needing come. We'll find out from them whether in some way a Ghana to some for the edible to Jan.
Yes,
and no
yes. But do you know something?
Yes.
What will make the country more prosperous? Any project now we have embarked to do? Car coin. Na ye pese ye. Sikana incentives na ye de ma individual for spending. Yaman nurses. Training allowance, assemblymen for car. We put money into the economy to get it revolve. We liquefy it. Yama a year feasible na economy activity no akoso. That kind of economy na ye manage no. Into we say obia ho ba hana we nya bi no ama we bi no we ama into obia timani mo on kasa okwa bruchiri. Gona de be call embassy Ghana for source say slavery time kra na ntisa. Enti media mekoswa adangana for say munya botrema dwuma pana ye no o se see Ukraine and asoko so the price of goods and services are stable. Israel crab ka ho, Iran abeka ho, so price of goods and services are stable. MPP time Ukraine and Russia war, that war is still going on. Prices of goods are stable and even going down. Conform eno ne aban papa aba the best Ghana for say munya gidie wo NDC aban mu me kan NDC aban because say President Mahama fi obi obeba no e say Ghana for koso anya gidie wo aban mu nti munya gidie wo NDC aban mu na ye nnim hwamo enye ntro ne na ada bi ne be bibibia ya ka no statement mu it is a rare we will do it because we can do it nti mumma yenye gidie na yentra go yemwa emma 14,000 ghost names 14,000
na say ghost names hon komo de enye nne ne ye chase when you refer to a year previous budget denga ghost names as for ghost names,
my brother,
yes,
there was a finance minister up to December 2024, and there was a ghost name up to December 2024, which is 14,000. Wabre ye pay space near for Ghana for 14,000. Ye 500 do, ye 100 do, ye 1,000. 14,000. Crawford will pay rule nuswa. Ye tuo moka in some munye jumebia. Ye tuo moka all right, but they don't bring any returns into the economy. The economy will be more happy for a while or more. Because when you do that, you shrink the economy. You take money from the economy, but you don't add up to the economy.
All right, I mean that's my main corner. In community, Kofi and Chinchen, I mean, the initial comments. Kofi, the minority in parliament stage the walkout. Now, my maybe said, were you with them in spirit?
Mama Chow, Abochi.
Yeah,
I'm Chow team. Sure. Studio was Ramani Aje.
When I just studio,
I come up. Good. Colors and also. My sister had come up.
Sure.
I mean, BBI is in order. You may follow so. I mean, from the reception.
Yeah.
Serious.
Sure.
I mean, time who knows how baby be pre-amico. My idea.
Yeah, that's it.
Now, maturity knows how to say come up.
Good.
We are members in the staff in the comport to home. Because I see, I'm a good.
Yeah.
I mean, the way I matching me to the washroom.
Yeah.
I mean, kudos to your staffs.
SOMPA 106.5 of Macra. That's it.
I mean, chairing your events. We who not check. Up to now, so nearby being shared. And I'm bizarre and say, some more train 24-hour economy. And I know they own pay. And I've been Kwakubu and his share. And I'm so Kwaku. Munina Muslim per Biashe. Musoma catch a gun of possible the 24-hour economy back. Now, no harm, I'm the bro, because as soon as I and this is for 24-hour economy, no more pill. Media mo pew samon pew hwede ebesi na machia kwa utafo hene na no pokumenta ene kwa kutuso hene na kwachu so ansa ifiri wa ma mencha break one of on party penifo nyina me no pani akompre Kwame a Japan beri maba a wonsi nso mo ansa no
waham
Ghana nyina ni daso as 2028-2029 se boshe ya mamu a Ghana for babunu na titru youth fo a enne 7th month mu ne we aban yi konta wo bu nyina yi o mafiri mu ye di na ada enwum a eye de ato mutrim 24-hour economy ya tunua be si nne de hu ya ne
ba sa onim to
me da bi
o de asempa na bo asempa na ba 24-hour economy. Oh, they make you fifi. They also presenter there. You have to be, let me say, an embodiment, or you have to weld the totality of the knowledge within the space you find yourself. So what you say? Allah walai.
Why is our first class of one? We are brutal.
We are brutal. We are solid. Why?
Say nyum to and up to now you are in the 7th month Abuchi. Ghana babunu okay 2017 that bra mabunu nya dwumanye na ye nyina yesu aban ode adwen ba he no ohun say ma menye bibi fanti bibi so ehwa om transgene say let's create some napco near bubanks you know they found show na Mranten Mabruno and you're busy in their doings, bro. I didn't know him. More than known to a home share them. Now, coach a Fabesa near Canyon 7 near Baco 7 near Bob France, a bomb running. I said, oh, John Mahamo at all. Say, from January to now. Now, the Emian said, almost said Tintin Crawford, sir. Oh, Mountain Church and 7 almost says, a buying so a 12 registration fee, that bay. Where cultures we also pay registration fee. Oh, Kruma.
Why do you?
Who if you say a pama buy every school fees a motor cobono? Headmaster B. No, primary a JHS.
Nah, yes, I know.
No, examination fee.
Examination fee.
Maybe I'm free by no. I was the regional PRO for Ghana Education Service Police Region. And what you are saying, Udie, 1 year now a judge's fees was an illegal fees, and Minister for Education gave a directive to that effect. Say one more majiji in kolani sika or more pamon kolani nyinano. Those monies should be refunded to them.
That's it. Menya obia na dream about busy na me din kwa na me de. Seriously. From 2017, ebesi na yanti sa ba kosem we bi da.
Oh, I remember. Let me tell you.
Okay.
Somewhere 2024, is it 2023? Na me office and akola bi frɛ my papa bi frɛ me asɛm ɔka kyerɛ me ne sɛ na ada na this time be a registration fee ana and I say I don't be a registration fee. It was in relation to a particular school in the Techiman municipality. So we had to go there, and you could do here. Do you know what the explanation the headmaster was giving? Headmaster they say or they can't walk when to know omediash.
Yeah. Or so sa or brene or that dream because me kai yen na sa time no edu sa ye control so we ya na ba tan ye mote ebi no ti ton mo tuma ebi no mo japade a o ton some of us yan ton ne man bi an kentimi kura nwe school enu ti sa obre we ya ban ni free ho no na eye yente from 2017 and then amati bi and now the enso a teacher ni bi ya azan de be fa mu so ti ase enu ti se aban bi aba na obu nkonta na ohwe Ghana maburu na yield for jobs now abaye media budget we have paid enu ti foundation buy abochi and aban we jina so build we have paid no
but over kai say mososo tamamuja eye kabitu ho ye ba teacher training allowance eye 97.1 million Ghana cedis paid, nursing training allowance 462.6 million cedis paid.
No,
and you want to say that womunya
no omotua I'm say me say the year say we have paid
yeah
abochi aban we eba konya nso yi wo krom ha amom ka kire say aban we abanda na amobra electricity mpo any 1 week want it
say a political talk
enti yan fa ni say
political I see it as a political talk
enti unim budget unim da makai
then I'm our
friend kwesi John you go school no for bar hey this guy is for me carry media me papa da ne si ho no ohun me papa na help so me papa na ga man che me papa na say me say and no be that to force am by you say nkrase for rappings no ade any ho cross say ho and no be that to force am by.
How would you describe their budget?
Another budget now maybe minority for crime to me antenase. You see, a sugar coated budget. A sugar coated. What are the fundamentals of this budget?
When the fundamentals
Evans, your mic is off.
Budget here. What you mean? Because about we catch and say MPP anya bibia o. Ya anya bibia ya dia. Omu reference omu di money card pay. It mean be transform the name ya hu create jobs. Create free education, a 2-year registration fees. We took bold decision to transform this nation. First time, na ye kabeshe. Na de ti bayira homa mo ama bayira makese. Ye nyina nim de see wi ase. But I know the enko. Ghana for who say ye hia ansesa in such a to mu a.
Ejihia.
Nti de aban na ye dey aba. Obaye ena we ateso bra ameka semba control okan mo wan ka banche wan ka bode po se me ka bode po a yenye won krase ya tren krase kakra die se me ka bode po out ase cars na tikwetere load bode no unse na po bi sisi so echem kitaha bode no atikweta no unse omudigu enua car kese ni mu no po bi sisi so a ekita board nim ehane ha se wo board ye ne ma ye friend one pool na nanu dam kwaku for be free so na 40 million 4,000 Ghana cedis.
Yeah.
Last month, na 20,000 Ghana cedis. And we now could demand about there back 20 cedis.
Now because I will talk a little that fear be the demand.
No, so I will talk about this up for 4 years.
Because talk that's I reflect
more until Amunya heard me call last week and you quite yeah, about there for 40. Mr. D 50 cedis and my sister peace. I called them brand brought there but me Banchi bebre. What you say? Body boy ding. Na so kan wa mo body ding.
Asa also kan wo se banchi bebre. Me boa.
Da bi se
banchi de bebre. They say banchi de no boafo.
Unsa ya ko de be di amen.
Aha.
Ntu be to banchi no. Se de be di amen. Ba body be ma ya hoden no. Ayira. Abochi body ni krom. Agric minister yoboyen. So it as sugar coated and then aduane ba now so even ya where send na body about 20 cedis one can say what they are dance here
problem so body about 20 cedis in 6 months you join this government about what they create
also wakoto kelewele
me say body in 6 months join this government
about
now body why
about ya dey na kelewele
me say 6 months join this government na body
brother the son to control now me
oh there be ya no
me da say where you na film ya the body na kelewele adansini kwa dey bin confirm free chiri papa yo temanimi a wagidi wo kroma me berebe Mr. Bochi o say na no okoto kelewele fia bi 20 cedis kelewele fia bi 20 cedis say kelewele kraje ato first me weekend bi me dey kokoni beans majidi and why then last week ye chi oda come nyina ye pekokwa ato ye nya bi anto
ba say betimi eno so ye betimi aka ne say body no say seasonal season bi be do a betimi ebu
oh say ye kokasa duane bi ye season dia ena mo fo duane price ma so o ka che me say body e season aduane ena mo me kan che say emo boy fo abro boy fo because a season dia then we don't have control.
All right, so so mna me kwa amaro so na me ndi nkomo embrace sia. Yes, AUGUSTINE Samuel Agri or a General Secretary Food and Beverages Association. Yenen ne bedin nkomo. Ora Samuel Agri, a forgotten country. E da se ma akwa baba ejubedi so.
No, yes me just so be.
Me ba to da pom to say. Good. And ye man paying through the finance minister Eddie Ghana ye budget no ababetudwa. I don't know sir utie bia na sir utie ya me pacho food and beverages and we are honsam because we know say food inflation as we speak now no it's above 16%. Ajebia don komo ibeto dwa no sen na mo ka fa ho.
Yo me da sina kwen am say ye chi na minister ne kan na oso nyama bo ebi abafo ana ze nyama bo abafo ma na ebeka say ye no kwe se nyama bo abafo ya tete nyama so kakra ba nka ye expect say ebeba from drastically. But
what was say ora medase pa usi niema bo abafom ebi abafom kakra niema bensa na ye kodwama nso a ye behu se sa niema ne de ebo no ewo fom
ukwa market the bit say niema ye credible bebe na
but me my example because from what you said you know you being the general secretary you should know
very well. Let me give you example. Rice, cooking oil, never be to say tire, hardware, your friends say milk, I Tony, your friends say I credit one, maybe nana abacom, and your friends say local production. Send I expect to say price no ever for me, ever business and yamano. I expect to say better from Cacano, and no interim bad the way I should know. It's unsaid. Never be anka say to me e free ho no yenye na yenye no ye gina ti di no ahonde pe ne ka say prekope bibia aba fomo a ne sa no ebe di ka say san say consumer bi a hwɛ senka nyema na ne bo no cost no ebetumi aba form ba wo hwɛ tempenso a city no ekoko ginae na your friend saying the way nema bo be here din now peko pesa no entumi mba form but abedu baby the secondary aspect of it and they say you bring a reduction in the taxes the bit is a covid I can't you free ho you say friends and VAT na no because the no who say other your friends and replaying effect cascading effect same ya can want some can yan fanye adwuma no eno into we say okwa kosto bibia ade okwa koto no but awutua no untua but ba ko pe calculation na utua almost 3 times the cost of tax on the product so and as okwa your port on so taxes are almost about 21 different taxes depend on what we are bringing into no say yakasa yenti sanya no so a yenya eyi nyama ne bi firi ho no so wo se preko pe nyama ne beba forma be group penso bi a obi a ni beji
but me pacho
but ni gina see the so yakasa aba form no but nyama bo course na kasa no the second first aspect of it no the implementation of the policies the negative policies that were implemented
negative policies being now can me
raising the cost of imports at the your friends and port of entry. The corporate taxes are the after tax profit and also man cost so after the tax now uchiano your profit you are but say you are 25% on the profit that you made. Instead of say, what this our profit, maybe wage no. Yama usa aban esan G 25% if you at the co aban futum. Do we be sound say the one who yama aban and so yama wine. Sanya mano still I am fire and san kai. Nia ye no abani yes is no any your friend saying insurance city no ahon ni bejina na ma nyama akoso fine.
Okay.
Me bato na say ye hwe na ye no no de ye mpan sanka ye
okay
ye hwe budget ni mu a o kan bi say ye hwe say sanya ma we amabobo so me kwako ye free honum by the next budget 2026 obi yi sanya ma ni free ho nti a commitment awaye we will demand that when the time comes all these things are gone but me na minim senka oba be ye friends and representation ni sanya ma we no nka ebe intentem na ebe if you want my hu bibi na e koye ni but osebo so be if you want eni ni share no so o kan ye say nema bebre a friends ema trade enkoso ye no on be hwe na mo ye if you rationalizing the tax system na yo nti nema bi waka so be ye if you on flat rate 4% ebe ye if you makwala for no we enha obi a bio sa ye friends increment or model but then they find a refined way of contributing to the tax system, which is good. And you know, yeah, I say, media need to like I say, taxes are more general. So to me, then in such a way, say, Obia business of ni POS point of sale device okuta. It is a car crown of a floor. Na say so uchiaka o point of sale device no honti uchia na ko do some and na say uchi discount na ko do pempenso bia e wo hu tax a obetia kakra na no so uchia through the device nti eno no boss so a me no ama me nya ji say sa nya ma ni na eba ebe ma ye tax no aba form obi abetie bi na fe no enya ye ho ahen aye say manage ni ye dia be ma ya ko enim pa nti no am say in all no a positive friends introspection na obeye no nti enhwe nim se na o maka no ombedi so ase bona ma be no ombedi so.
So as the General Secretary for the Food and Beverages Association Ghana no you be say you can say describing the budget in just a sentence o can say budget no Senate here.
On the scale of 10, no, that man is 7.
7 out of 10.
Within that short, yes, within that short term, the space of 6 months and after 7 months, yeah, which me about modern say, never be I all on where some would give you honey now, or my bomb modern say, Mutia, and Coffee, the Omoka, every now you treat ya. Yeah, your friends saying interest rates, I say, TMA, bill holders, no, and also no, for Mutumi 8 year, and Kobani say, Becca say, oh, yeah, can't sign. Na nkɔfosi ka so munya de kototo ndo na de no enya samfa so no mpanye wo se obia sabeka ni sika nti ho no enya pa esan so ntumi fa sika nkoto bebi na bank asem de misa aso a wonya ho fa so bia pasisia no enya nti asese obia sabeka ni sika eye pensioners wo musika o musabeka eye very good nti no me share within that short space na why na. If they continue this way, see they know, and also ever call from more. I'm an abwa. And you know, on the scale of 10, I'll give him 7. And if you say, "Oh my idea, kakra," they say, "Obama, basu."
Alright, Samuel Agri, SOMPA 106.5 FM, Forgotten Country. Yeah, that's it.
Yes, sir. That's it.
Yo, for Ora Samuel Agri, or no, General Secretary, Food and Beverages Association, Ghana, and Alton and Kase, Yeneno, a din common. Now, what one was some so.
Okay, and the other can I say, is a quantum pony, was a dance to Niwachiri.
But it's giving them 7 out of 10. Is that not too good?
Per where he is standing. Per where he is standing. What you say? And the American say, and some are in there to force a back Kenyan. Ghana for a who say, dear Cosi, I say, yeah, can a dollar bafom, and to be at Bibiaso, dollar bafom way. Though a bafom. Now so opa unya, and on a may who say, and then my cost a settings.
But I buy so I can say $1 now, but modern Nako Bank, Nafa will import duty license, and proper documentation would have to be done before they can do it.
Last week up to now, and on the account, say Fako Bank now, Sabeka, will be the last week, Nisan Kai.
I know they are no correct. Me no correct. No crepa say amount for cra eco banko na onko transactions na a cherry because and many managers we didn't come out. In fact, they told us that it is really true. The opposition kind of is true.
Okay, be great. Okay, be great.
Oh, the me kind of
for today. I can testify. What kind of correct?
Me come no correct.
The question no cano. Bra, the question and no cano. Almost $1 number her order. Almost $1 number saying 10 something. Now swoop a settings. Now him and another danka also no.
Yeah.
Nanka gold for Krumha. A year mu ye juma. Ebrim to me ye export. About we buy no. Lances will be only gold lances are 3 years. Abuchi. Answer na what's that renew? Omo 2024, 2023. About we buy and we're training them without compensation. Nti so obi antime to good, obi antime export good. Ana
na I don't know am from so ana.
Tie I am from so pa.
Sir.
Obi akwaje license a. Now so what so do pay utumi ai dem man wo de atwam a oni pa wan ka hwe antre no. One man compensation. Masa oje license ho.
I don't think your courts e wo Ghana how. I don't think your courts e wo Ghana how.
Yes.
Say tiam rade a. Say one year affected. Ebetimi do masam akwakodan. Aye court ahodo.
Oh, na court is say the air court yi.
Aye den.
Hey. Say ye koyi a party for be serve yankoka ho.
Oh.
Ayi abrante ya. Wo mu obi a okroma wadi obi atam yi a. Ye de ne court yi a. Enipa party for judges serve ye do mo call ya. Ye say akwa no onko so do ni nkrofo atam de opa bia wonye no wonte ye.
Why answer na me?
Ayi tell us why no.
Boni di
Kevin Taylor, yes.
I wouldn't him di no so person.
No, say I pay akame. Me mentantie no. Enti onya me fan. But yes what di obi atemokrom ahemfo akese protection akese me a make kra na me no kan wan hwe ye na obedin beto apaso. So ti asem. And this if akoyi court judges ni o pam bi na odi bi shem. And now all the sign 7 abeka ho 7 emu 9
and am time so send am the count
7 no emu 9
momo time send am the count
ya nyo obi adi o ya nyo obi adi And then Chief Justice under 7 months, Mapam Chief Justice. Under 7 months.
Women organize Chief Justice.
Women organize Chief Justice.
Every woman organize.
Abochi, the air can say, Sir Koya, a mona muba filio, a Koya, a Ghana for the Philip. So they would be Kayano, and then Uko Demua, be Bia Boy Day. So say God knows who himself on my own. And that at to force in Kazay. Good, you know, small scale manners, and they too. Oboa, shall Ghana first in Nigeria Saka under 7 months. Under 7 months, about 40%, 44%. You're sending in a. The FSN Kaya, a free crime crime service in there. About a bass, under 7 months. Oh, Massa, I mean, no Goldfield. 7 months, yeah, the second first thing now. Gold small case
also why he gold there.
Meton gold.
Sir.
Yes.
Galam say why bida.
Me too.
I say we you na gold board for abeje.
I say me too my broke. Oh 5th January. Untim talk na gold no crowd so wakai beti watum. Odo say wakai gold beti watum.
Nhihye na nya papa ma yen timemufo ni Ghana man.
Na onim say gold board ni ajama obi. Onim say nan komo pe box site ni ehini box site.
Omaji gold board ama hwan.
Ama Ibrahim.
It's not true.
Ya jama hwan.
There it's not true.
Okay,
me
na na say
no way dey anya no credit.
And you fan to nchen. Onim say nan komo pe ni ehini na akọ. Say President Mahama onya ehini a
box site e na.
Onya ya nka o ma bia mu. Ana wa ba na obenya gold. And onim say black voter. Omaje. Onim say omaje. Babi aga na gold ni nsensam ne kono. Hwe mani bate no hu na the 6 ada na 9 me de me ja kwancha na me kan o wan bi say Kofi Antwi obi anti o ye de keke and na Ghana gold miners nyina I am menfe na ye djuma omunya ya nkomo tuom gold aguda mu na nkomo hwede awie mu sakra beba nanso esansa gold no tu a obekọ high machine obekọ han we obeto diesel obeto adwuma for ka enti omunya se de tie bia no omo de bekọ akoma sami jamfi 13,000
na say womo de masami jamfi a eje sami jamfi in person
onim say otono
me bacho eje sami jamfi in person
onim say otono
maybe he's only occupying that office. Let's make that clarity.
onim say otono
meba let's make that clarity. Sami jamfi na ediko akoba no. He is the CEO of Gold Board.
Kind of Gold Board.
Kind of Gold Board, not him.
I don't come Gold Board.
Sure.
Now gold wa yen na ya tono 13,000 cedis no. They say yura Gold Board otono 8,300. Now no tono sa wi a. Esa so ntimi unya ba bia de gold me konti. Ono be tono sa. No ma tono sa 13,000. Saying na NDC for e Ghana for eden e faso.
Okay, yenesi for money.
We hu komo nyina no. We do course no. Ye benya brani edini bako.
Ebe de pa.
Am ye hu say NDC for no year so mo ba pesca. If you say January be sin there, omo nya spend chada. Omo spend e hwe o.
Omo nya expenditure.
Na month we am na omo start dey change scan.
Sir.
Contractors e wo kwan so. Who na ye
me pacho. Major government expenditures for 2025. Eurobond payment $700 million. Domestic bond holders 10 million Ghana cedis. To energy payments made to the energy sector 9.1 billion Ghana cedis. Arrears clearance 5 billion Ghana cedis. To education get fund 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. To national health insurance 4.6 billion Ghana cedis. To the district assemblies 2.9 billion Ghana cedis. And then National Investment Bank 2 billion. And with all this, you tell me, say, government is not spending.
Unim time was starting expenditure. Unim time was 2 assembly for Fuska. Unim said that minority for cry. They say, common fund.
So you agree with me that they have spent?
I feel no more 2 going. They are making now. So fair now is contractors a crop. Who referee said President Mahama said this month ending. I best start time contractors a crop. Akoya Juma. This month ending. Mebwa.
It's an aspect of the it's an aspect of the total government expenditure. Yes.
If we say about take care of and you might be settings. A fair now was spend this car. And with a fair now spend this car. abochi wo be hunu sade sika no say jinasuo
Ghana we are good made us say but because Evans order Evans me bacho active kakra man as why dog kakra I don't know why but as a budget ne bubu ho enche dan ko yema ho
me po show so
that me bacho that's what tie no
matie no na ensem no keka no yeah, I don't know. So if he listened to himself, we'll say 7 months to the government, broadier bo ayedin. Meanwhile, I take and waso, and why import you yateso. Iron rods score 9,000, about 7,000. Emo bags aba form, cement aba form. Now, oka se abanu huni oya. Dia na opese ekachira. Uhuni abani ya.
What's the cement bo aba form?
Yes.
Why na catch us cement bo aba form?
Koko bisa.
Ye kwa bontin wa.
Iron rods.
Oh. Me bacho, let me find out from you.
Iron rods bisa say iron rods aba form na cause bisa.
Me bacho. Wa utie yen wa bontin. Me bacho beti afre sisi ada. Wo de wa dwe kira beboa 0260196064 0260196065. You can call me right about now. Budget here and there. One can Ghana what do you make of it? We just have about some 3 minutes. Let's see. How would you describe it? Let me do with the callers. I'll be coming back to you so we can wrap up. Excuse me. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening, Abuji.
Yes, sir. Mr.
Evans.
Mr. Evans, what am I? Okay. It's you, Evans.
The person who funded by MPP, the person who said, for some years, he did job or deal. And I say, MPP are buying on that time of Ben and policy Ben on Mopaya and on Mopaya and come to the Maya. Say, when you will number, I think that budget here or Becca, the Anyama Mobay. Yes, a day and you are Kayin, the combat spending at the end on Becca and I'm
yeah.
Na pray always say about dear boy maybe how many months
na also me pacho wa bontin a wo be ne wo kasa na wi e wo for God and country so maybe say body boy nyeden
body me body bebre wo me den tie ne boy nyeden no body
debut enye de me pacho enye de wo dan chi o say ukodwaman so say ukakoto body a body boy etesen.
Oh, this is any body boy. I think my friend can say the body boy. But my friend say I buy way. I'll buy this month. This month, the body money.
Me that se pass by. You can also call and be a part of the show. I want to pick 2 more calls and then end the session over here. 0260-196064. And the budget here, I can and sing and uno. Let me talk to this caller right here. Let's see. Hello. Good evening. Auntie Janet, not today. You. Auntie Janet, minim say uko dwaman so pa ekodidwa. Na uko dwaman so a eya na niam abo no te sen wo dwaman so.
Niam abo ya di ba ye bibifu na kasanje ka ho bi. Omo tete niam abo uko sa ade no na uka e na ko sa ta no mo $2 no so charge so ma to anu ayi da be da aboji. Eti yanga si ya ka hu bi na nyama no boye di eti wo kwata ade na ejaji ko di beku raba nsu beku raba nsu ko to pe to se di beku di sa na obi aye no nti no yes right
yo Auntie Janet ma bin da se o di asempa na ba o
di papa
me da se pass over you so let's talk to this caller. Hello, good evening.
Hello, good evening.
Yes, I bet you what I'm going to say.
Felix Bell, I him quite.
Yeah, Felix Bell, I him crap me pass you pa.
You just manager the income. I'm about Kennedy. I come preko at Japan. Then my back. I could look for. I'm just Felix. I don't quite know where. You see, last week, Friday, we talked cement, one bag, 110 cities. 110 cities. And so the country of the next war, Abapom way. A time the NDC for Petromino. A woman is a common Gary crowd, almost a common Gary. Not just a one more. Almost yet, but China, Gary, and Tanka, Garino, and Postokaka, and now you can say, Gary Colonka, get that city. And think about way.
Yo, me say, better say, on Monday we'll get deep into it where your content would be addressed over here. Thank you so much for being a part of the show. Now, go now. Then I'll come.
Aboji,
yes.
The American say, I am there. But Nanka me sra say, obeta mama fa, obie me car wo hu. Me to cement last week wa tala, e wa chimota. Receipt in them. Nanka wo hu, but obia can the price no, nti ma twe ho na sign. Minia, NDC for one thing.
There be NDC for mommy why? Yes, sorry, so news for about hot bite news.
Yeah, taxo, the tax kuyen. On up to now, go so COVID tax. Me car we last week. Mr. Bochi,
be ma try anytime.
Can me the tax in it now. 7 7
and ran making can be wa. I know what it is. Mama pension you na e
Mama man no.
Mo pension you na
e wo. Ye hu dey say. E kuyen tie ba betete so. Mama man no ye hu sere. Ba me dey tax we nyina no. Dey unlucky afiri mu. Ah, okasi me mom mass, me mom 4.8%.
Then tax.
Mabuna okrum ha. Mo am say djuman ya obe nya djuman ye. Yanso aban rent me amfa nyansa mu. An kreti bibia mabunu anye. Na mode nada ena ye ma 24 hour economy patch e we
me patch mame nase ebre na so ebre
24 hour economy e nipa na say aduma
question na we bisa ye jama me nase me patch Evans quick one
me the message Ghana for niema bo I stable gone are the days adebechi bia na dollar cost ro na inflation in 22 as at the time NDC ban take over. About 13, the only measure of cost of prices of goods and services is the inflation. If you 22 within 6 months, about 13, into by 1 year, it is projected to about 11%. That is government. Besides government research, dollar no ASA. You buy a dollar bo about.
Mami now say even so by Kofi and Chiusu Medasi. Kofi, I want to have more of you here. Yeah, and I want to have more of you here. I want to have you more of you. Amen.
Now, yeah. I like the way you take things serious.
Yeah.
And find out. Journalists for now, okay, no. I mean, you know, saying our criminal heart. The MPP and this will be a straight.
Yeah.
Because Obianti Major didn't drop.
Baby.
What's that? Me can be no refer me.
No refer.
I like the way you.
Thank you so much. Ebusha for ADC. I from